friends, Larry Johnson and Carl Wilkerson, are back with us. Welcome, Mike.
Glad to be here, I think.
And happy May Day.
I'll tell you how.
It is me. It is me.
Yeah. Happy May Day to both of you.
Happy International Labor Day.
Special. Here in Brazil is Labor Day. It seems that in the United States it's different.
It's Labor Day. It's
Correct.
World Labor Day.
Yeah, it's 50, good Lord now, 60 years ago, it was like 11. We would do a
boring.
maypole.
That guy's
dance around the maypole. There was an old British.
Yeah.
They don't do that anymore in schools.
Yeah, we used to do that at Gaffney Central Elementary School where I went.
Yeah.
We put colored.
The president, I was told, no longer trusts Israel. He now believes he was misled.
Oh.
No kidding.
How did it come to that?
No kidding. So, according to Seymour Hersh, who's probably the greatest reporter in the United States history, he's been right about everything. And he figured out the Nord Stream pipeline, the Malay massacre. I mean, he's been the best journalist around. That's why, you know he is, because they keep trying to discredit him. But he says that Trump is going to pay off Iran. That's what he's saying. Spoiler alert, Trump is going to pay off Iran. This is what he's saying. Will Trump cut a deal with Iran? Despite reports to the contrary, some in the Israeli leadership believe the president is considering paying off the Iranian government to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Why not? We're just printing the dollars anyway. Why not? Okay. So happy International Labor Day. Happy Day of the Worker. That's what we're working for, is to break away. So it's a new month. So we can say that Railtown isn't going to go up in April. And May will be our month. I don't know. Yeah, I've been sorry to keep coming on a little bit late. I've been trying to put a schedule together, and it's amazingly difficult to get. You can talk to people, but it's hard to get them to send you something or to make up their mind. So I'm coming live, and I'm going to finish working on it tonight or tomorrow morning because I have to. You guys, because you are the heroes, are at 20,328,280 shares of Railtown. It's starting to be some serious Railtown. Starting to be some serious Railtown. I tried to have a pretty succinct but interesting report ready for you. But for some reason, it didn't really print. I have the bottom line, though. And I can read the rest to you out off of my media here. And I do have a couple of things we can talk about. Let me try to set up here. Let's see. I always have to sign in. I don't know. It seems to be a ritual. If I do it beforehand, it cuts off. If I forget to do it, but I'm always doing it. Okay, let me give you the update on the scores around the league. 5 of them, the current 5 I recently typed up. Railtown's actually down, which that my friend said that it would go down. What, looking at the chart, which I showed to you, it's not breaking down. It's just down. It's down basically half a penny, 0.0058, 0.3075. Finger is down 0.0285 at 98.15. ZJYL popping up 24 cents, 235. But remember, ZJYL did some massive reverse split. So I hesitate to calculate where it is versus, for example, what Steve sold it for. Xanadu's up almost $7. It's up $6.90 at $36. And remember, Xanadu came out sort of an IPO, I guess, probably depending on which country, at $10 or $12, but it went down. They drove it down, and it was in the 5, 6, 7 range. It's hard to tell on the chart, and then all of a sudden it went to 42, and of course it's backed off. But now here we are at 36, and it's not a promise. It's just a prediction, but it's possible. It's possible that we could see that kind of action in Railtown after. I mean, there's some steps that have to happen. Railtown has to indeed be on the apex or mixed in as well of the stack at TELUS, the TELUS NVIDIA stack. And whenever TELUS decides to pump up the volume, if Railtown scales alongside of it, I don't think that kind of move will happen from 35 cents, but it's possible it gets up into the $3, $4, $5, $6, and who knows? Some announcement triggers a run. It's possible. It's at least possible, and so that's why I keep highlighting Xanadu. HLP is up 2.5 cents at 79.55. The Dow is down. NASDAQ is up. Dow's down 91. NASDAQ's up 200. S&P's up 24. It looks like war is not going to happen so much, but it also doesn't look like there's an easy opening to the Straits of Hormuz yet. I personally, you heard that little blurb from Jimmy Dore's channel. I would love it if Trump just pulls out, pays the Iranians. It's what Biden did. But hey, do it. It's, we are somewhat inured to the effects of our excursions around the world because it just affects a bunch of brown people, and who's ever heard of Djibouti or Mumbai? No one in America cares as long as we're able to binge watch some show or go to the beach or whatever it is. We don't focus. But this time, chopping a quarter of the world's oil supply for a prolonged period of time is going to affect you and me. There's going to be fuel surcharges on everything you have shipped to you. Gasoline's going to go up. Airfares are going to go up. And that's just the beginning of it. The scariest thing is going to be food. People are going to starve. Now, Israel doesn't care, just doesn't care. Nobody in the world is as anointed as, I don't know, a couple of million people that live in Israel. I don't know who runs the country there, but man, they're special. It just doesn't matter. As long as they're getting their goals achieved, the ends justify the means. There used to be a view in the West that was a Soviet point of view. The ends justify the means, but I don't know. It seems to be something that we've adapted, particularly from the Hillary campaigns onward. Do whatever it takes. Look at the Virginia governor, what she's doing. She's running ramshod off over any constitution to turn Virginia into her point of view. Very female. Virginia is neck and neck. And, I lived a lot of my life in Virginia. It used to be very conservative, but the federal government has expanded. And now she wants to make the congressional representation all Democratic. She's also CIA. So maybe it's just something they're trying to do. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It distracts us from our goal. Our goal is to make each of you your own central bank, to make each of you independent, and to keep you independent in the panic that's going to come at some point, so that when we get to the other side of it, not only are you secure, but your family is, your loved ones, your friends and neighbors that you care about, and maybe some of the causes you care about. We don't have to get all caught up in arguing this or that, because I don't know if it's the city of London still, or if it's Israel. My suspicion is it's Israel, and it might be our New York banks and our military industrial complex, might be our agriculture, might be big pharma, but I think it's the Israeli lobby that controls our government. But it's okay with some people because they lived abroad and it makes sense to them. I haven't gotten to this, but I intend to read this book. I don't know how many people out there have opinions on Israel, Palestine, and I don't know if they have opinions because they read about it or they just get it on the news. But the news is run by this is an Israeli, a general, I believe, or a general's son. This book explores the tragic transformation of Zionism, a movement that sought to emancipate European Jewry from oppression and persecution, and who can be against that, into a state ideology of ethno-nationalism, increasingly focused on the exclusion and violent domination of Palestinians under Israeli rule. It further asks, how is it possible that a state founded in the immediate aftermath of the Holocaust stands today credibly accused of perpetuating large-scale war crimes, forcible displacement of civilian populations, and crimes against humanity? By what bitter cunning of history have we come to the point that not even 8 decades after the Jewish state was established in 1948, the same year in which the Genocide Convention was adopted by the United Nations in direct response to the Nazi extermination of European Jewry, Israel engages for 2 years in a genocidal undertaking with almost total impunity from the very international legal regime set up after World War II to prevent and punish this crime. How do we not come to terms with the fact that Israel's war of destruction was conducted with wide support, laced with denial and indifference of its own Jewish citizens? Omar Bartov is the Dean's Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown University and the author of many books, including Anatomy of a Genocide, The Life and Death of a Town called Butzkaz, which won the National Jewish Book Award. Omar Bartov was born in a kibbutz, grew up in Tel Aviv, and served in the Israeli Defense Forces during the Yom Kippur War. He went on to become a leading scholar of the Holocaust before turning his attention to his native country. Anyway, it's just opinion. I submit to you, it's going to come home and bite us in the arse in our standard of living, in the price of energy, which is the price of everything, in convenience, in all manner of adjustments that we're going to have to make. So the key thing here, because I think this, well, unless Trump does pay him off and pull out, which I'm all for, get the hell out. Although I would love it if we could keep our bases there, because I trust us more than I do some new world coalition. But hey, I've always been kind of reluctant to embrace change. I noticed that about myself, and then all of a sudden I do it. But anyway, it's just the spark that might create some of the opportunities. Well, it may make some of the opportunities overly expensive. We'll see. All right. I guess I'll go through your comments, and then I'll go through what I found, as I promised I do to that one, for that one gentleman. Forget his name, but it's a useful meandering into minutia that doesn't matter. But I think it also does help place a foundation on your investment and your understanding of the investment. So after I go through your points here, I'll go through that, come back to if there's any more comments. And I wish I could have printed this out, but I do have some comments on, Ward let me know, there were IBM, Xanadu, and TELUS announcements today. I imagine the TELUS announcement was all about a female soccer team beating a men's team in Botswana, and TELUS was there. Their announcements never seem to be really the driving business announcement that we're all looking for. But they'll get through their hopper of announcements and eventually get to what matters to us. It's 3/10, May 1st. April's over. Next week may or may not indicate something. My attitude for months now has been, at any point in time that we're still waiting another 2 weeks at least, that will test that theory. But that's my guess. Anything that's going to be dramatic, I think it's safe to say it's at least 2 weeks away. It just doesn't feel any different than that. But sentiment can change on a dime. And so we have to be ever alert. All right, let me go through I assume that there's not many here. Ricky Brogan. Ricky, Ward told me today about a project in, I wonder if I wrote it down, in Tennessee. Project, some name like Project Immersion or Project bigger than anybody else's project. Project. I guess I didn't write it down. I thought I wrote it down. Anyway, there's a big effort. I think NVIDIA is part of it, but they're building a huge data center. I guess I didn't write it down. I'm surprised. It's like Project Optimism or Project, Genesis, maybe. They're going to try to find Spock's body. Something like that. And it's in Tennessee. It's near you. So we thought we'd have you go knock on the door and do some due diligence. But it doesn't surprise me. Tennessee has all that hydropower, and I think they've got nuclear power too. But there's a lot of power, a lot of electricity out of Tennessee. Pat M. Guten Tag? I forget now. Good day. How are you? Eric Ballinger added 60. Yay. Yay. I'll write that down. I heard one bit of optimistic news that maybe Trump is going to work with Putin to put the world's two largest oil producers together, United States and Russia. And that would be, for me, that would be, wow, finally, because we should be working with the Russians. Chestnut, hello, William and all. Oh, I love that dog. I walked by, it was snowing here a few weeks ago, and so much that there were plows and everything. And I was walking, I think, on a Sunday, going down maybe to Mass. I don't remember exactly, but it was darkish. And this big dog, there's snow everywhere, and you had to carefully walk. And this big bark happened, this huge bark. And I look over across the street, and there's this giant German Shepherd standing up barking at me. And I don't speak dog, so I can't tell if it's a friendly bark or a stay away bark, but my assumption was it was friendly, but I didn't know. And it took me a while to climb over the mound of snow and get into the street. And then there was another one. And I stood on the sidewalk looking at him. He was still barking, wagging his tail. And, you know, you take a chance. But I walked up to him and he immediately stopped barking, and he's sniffing me and licking, and I'm petting him, and it was fantastic. He was such a great dog. And ever since I walked by and he's not there. So this past weekend I was walking by and he was there, and he did give a bark, and I went over to see him, and he had a toy, a pull toy, and he was glad to see me. And it's a small yard and high fence. I reached over and played with him, and he was great. And then I played with him maybe 5 minutes, and then I had to go on my way. And on the way back, he was still out. So I said hi to him again, and the front door opened, and the man that owned him, he said, "Don't touch the dog. That dog ain't yours. That dog don't belong to you." And I said, "I'm sorry. I won't ever do it again." So I don't know why I tell that story, but when I see your dog, that's what I would want to do, go up and say hi to him. But not everybody lets you do that. And maybe there's a reason. Such a great dog, though. All right, so we've got Railtown's now 31 cents, 31.2. Finger is 98.02. And not much else to talk about. Jason Harbison, hello, RT crew. Ricky Brogan, Belanger, Eric, congratulations. Fast Eddie, good day, Dollar Bill, how are you? Hey, Steve, good day, Uncle Bill and RT crew. Hola. Richard K., good afternoon. Lucky and William, thank you. Good afternoon to you. Semi-extinct, semi-extinct, I don't know. Are you compensated anyway by Railtown? Nope, I'm not. And I've actually found it to be quite a draining experience. I'm not complaining, but this has gone on now for almost a year. And there's some people I've lost along the way. Now, I'm not talking about death. I'm talking like they just don't talk to me anymore. And I've barely hung on myself. I mean, all of a sudden it's another month and I've got all my electronic bills to pay. And I'm like, how am I going to do this? And, a sane man would have probably, like a gentleman that I know suggested in November, when are you going to give up on Railtown? A sane man would have said, hell, you guys go do what you need to do. I'm going to go drive an Uber. I'm going to go take a job as a bartender or something and just, eke by, but have some cash flow. And I've never been a quitter, and I've never been somebody to stop in the middle of a job and say I did a good job. I see it as having to go all the way through. And the more one studies markets, reads, as I've done, I'm sure many of you have, biographies or stories about investors over hundreds of years, the more it becomes obvious that timing is difficult. I mean, we can all remember the movie The Big Short. Those guys, from the guy that played the loud, whatever it was, music, Guns N' Roses or something, to the to the two young men that started in their garage, to others, they all were early. They saw the opportunity and they built their positions. They were so early that in the case of the guy the actor that played, I can't remember his name, but he just couldn't talk to his clients anymore. People were pulling money. They're all pissed off. And then when it happened, they all got unbelievably rich. But timing is not the easiest thing to nail down, because the momentum of a trend, good or bad, can continue longer than people can tolerate sometimes. And when you mix it in with the institutionalized, if there's 20 variables that put these criminal operators at risk, they knocked out 19 of them. They got the attorneys on their side. They've got the big hedge funds on their side. They've probably got Goldman Sachs on their side. They've got the big stock loan desks are on their side. There are no compliance officers the way they used to be, because they broke the banks in under Obama, that completely ineffectual president. They broke, and I voted for him twice. They broke the banks into two parts. And so the one part just became asset gatherers. They could be insurance salesmen. They could sell anything. They just asset gather. And wealth advisory, wealth management. It's just bring in the assets and we'll give it to our team to manage, or we'll give it to SAC to manage, or we'll give it to Citadel to manage, or we'll give it to some in the trend to manage, or we'll put it in ETFs, or we'll put it in an index fund. And by the way, we're going to charge you 3% to do that, but we're going to tell you, and we'll give you some great interfaces with our computers, some research, and we'll give you some glossies, and you're going to feel comfortable. And it's expensive, but everybody does it. But that's the one side of the brokerage firm. The other side, where the risk and the trading desk used to be, and the compliance used to be, and the research used to be, and the market makers used to be, they moved that out. And most of those people went and started hedge funds, or were out of the business. What's left on that side is stock loan. And they live off this concept under Bill Clinton of securities entitlements. So that when you buy anything, Railtown, if you buy Railtown via, you can't with Merrill Lynch, but with Fidelity or any of these, it just becomes a blob of street name stock held at the DTCC, and then the firms settle trades, whether they're delivered or located or not, because nobody enforces the violations that the short side makes. Nobody enforces it. They'll enforce the longs. They won't enforce that because they own the regulators. And so when the sales come endlessly for Railtown, Simexinic, the sales in Railtown have been unrelenting since the company announced on February 11th that they had entered into an MOU to acquire, and that the first sentence said they're going to, or first paragraph, they're going to come to terms on an LOI in a few weeks. And they said, we are, our exclusive banker is Canaccord Genuity, a notorious enabler of short sellers, Canaccord Genuity. So what goes through the preset computers, the program computing selling starts. They read the headlines. There's no human being. It's just the computers reading for those words: MOU, LOI, weeks, acquisition, Canaccord, and there's probably a couple of others. So these banks of computers, which are set up many times, the arrangement is a guy like Stevie Cohen, arm's length, will fund the operation in return for 60% of the profits. They have a lot of young guns out there picking the stocks and managing it. And when it's over, they get 40%, he gets 60% or something like that. But he provides the documentation to the bird dogs like Jeff Easton to go lock in these CEOs in shitty deals. But he also provides the lawyers. As long as you keep your mouth shut and don't call the office directly, we got your back. Just be honest with us. And so the campaign just goes on and on and on and on and on. And they own Adina Friedman. They own Chuck E. Cheese Crawwell. They own it all. And so the selling from February 11th has never ended. But there's not been, and I can almost guarantee this, there's not been any selling by insiders, by whales, by investors who got in to hold it for the long term. There may have been selling, some real selling, by people who chased a Reddit comment or listened to the day traders and it ran up and they bought and they sold. That might be. But all of the selling is false. When I say all, I mean 85% of it, 90%. The rest of it is this day trading. But the core investment, the founders, they're not selling. But it just never ends. It just never ends. And then it's been in a news blackout because they couldn't get that finished until November. But oddly, while they were doing that, they stumbled into something even bigger. How important is AIP Network to Railtown? They paid $25 million. And the strategy of rolling up and consolidating these companies a la Constellation Software, and the strategy of moving their collective hyperscaler spending over to the TELUS data center, that could make that acquisition pay off in cash in 6 to 10 months, and then continue every year, year after year after year. So it was a brilliant deal. And they got the deal done about 400, 500,000 shares cheaper than what was announced. So the strategy of the computers to drive stock prices down. So one, the deal breaks apart, and then the targeted company collapses even further because shareholders give up, or the deal goes forward, but the company needs money and they turn to Canaccord. Canaccord facilitates a toxic or an at-the-money financing on behalf of the funds, and then it suppresses it and it dilutes all the hell. None of that happened. None of that happened. But during that period of opportunistic slaughter, or attempted slaughter, they ran into TELUS. And I've heard different versions of how that happened. But the net effect, which is in presentations, it's in interviews, and it's been disclosed by PR, but you got to put things together. So there's still a little room that we need to see it proof the concept. But the net effect is that TELUS is building the first Canadian sovereign AI factory in Canada, and it's already in operation. It's got a head start of at least a year against the competition. It is stacked or built out with NVIDIA's best available chips, with an agreement to always roll in the current state-of-the-art chip from NVIDIA. And it uses hydropower, so it costs 40% of the cost of competing hyperscalers. And it's all part of a Canadian campaign, including academia, think tanks, the financial markets, universities, I guess that's the same, and the governments, to create in Canada a powerhouse combining cheap energy, cheap and abundant energy, with the exceptional brain power and trading, particularly in technology, that exists in Canada, with AI, and create an AI powerhouse. Canada is the world's 11th largest economy, or 9th. Its AI, its technology base is equally as high. Some people say it's higher. This is a huge campaign by all parties. You know, while the United States is focused on putting forth Israel's agenda in the world, which is to wreak havoc everywhere she goes, and we're distracted by all those things. Canada's focused on becoming, in the next iteration of the world, AI, one of the superpowers. I think we're going to catch up with that. I think Trump's smart enough, and I think we have a lot of the strengths ourselves, but we're so slow about coalescing. And one of our problems is our Cloud Act and our CIA. So the sovereignty example that Canada is setting really has a following and a rallying around the world to do the same thing. So Railtown ran into TELUS, and TELUS chose them to be what's called the orchestration framework. They keep changing the name, not because they don't, well, it might be they don't know exactly what it is, but they know what it is. They just don't know what to call it. It's an evolving market. It's not Railtown, it's the whole market. But it's the the software engineering layer. It's the real-time interface layer. It's inference layer. It's the governance layer. It's the conductor. It's the orchestration, I think I already said, layer. And it's what makes the TELUS data center, which has tens of billions of dollars in it, work. Now, there's some competitors. Google has decided to create their own silo. That's out. They're not selling it to anyone, but they sell the Google service. But in the Google silo, they go from soup to nuts, and they have Google ADK. I don't know if their product is as good as Railtown's. I've shown and I suppose I could do it if you care for you again. Railtown's 2 or 3 pages of comparison. Railtown's better than the Google ADK, but I assume Google can probably work around it or catch up. Amazon is an interesting story. I think Amazon might be under threat by the disintermediation of the cost of information caused by AI. But anyway, maybe Amazon's building something. But I heard they're doing some off-the-shelf work too. The only other one, Microsoft is apparently trying to build something, but Railtown's in bed with Microsoft. But all of these are not Canadian. What Railtown is Canadian, and it's neutral. What TELUS is Canadian. What the TELUS data center at Rimouski and at Kamloops is Canadian. What the cold water running through the turbines is Canadian. What the stack that's being created for sovereign AI at the data center is Canadian, with the exception of NVIDIA and HPE. But I'm sure they're making sure that that's neutral. The TELUS has built a couple of agents. I think FireXI is one of them, and there's a couple of other things. But the key in a data stack is the chips at the bottom, the power, the electricity, which is cheaper, and then the large language model. We don't know who they're going to select. It's probably down to the 3 obvious ones, Anthropic or OpenAI. But then there's the local favorite because it's Canadian, Cohere. We don't know about that yet. And that might be one of the reasons that the data center hasn't gone into full-on accepting of customers. But on top of that's Railtown. Now we got to find out if in fact that's the case. But when I say on top, Railtown is embedded. These frameworks coordinate everything. They allow everything to work and hum and produce and operate efficiently and be productive. And then on top of that's the users. So Railtown, I think, has evolved from what the 2 founders originally thought. Not that they didn't have a great product then, but I think everyone is amazed at how big this orchestration framework layer is and how valuable it is, how critical it is. And so the 2 or 3 things we're waiting to see proven is, number one, that TELUS actually has a data center that is going to invite a lot of business. I think that's the case. They're going to turn it on. Number 2, that stack is ready to go from NVIDIA to HPE to every other player, maybe Cohere, maybe Anthropic, all the way up to Railtown. And that's complicated. This isn't something you just, order from DoorDash. And then thirdly, we want to see that it gains acceptance and that TELUS's goal of rapidly ramping revenues to $2 billion, which isn't maybe all this center, but it's a lot of money in a year and a half and growing. We want to see that actually engages, and we want to see that the stack works. And then what we specifically want to see is that Railtown digs in and works flawlessly and scales. And I'm sure beyond anything any of us can understand, it's more complicated than saying, hey, why don't you put rail tracks, rail engine, and conductor in our stack, and we'll turn it on, come on down by Monday, and we'll turn it on Thursday. It's probably more complicated than that. You know, you got systems to set up. For example, systems. You're going to split revenue. Well, how are you going to measure revenue? How are you going to track it? How are you going to pay out that revenue? Monthly? Yes. But how's it going to be accomplished? How are you going to measure these metrics? Who's paying for what? Well, it turns out that's all on TELUS's side, probably. What are our legal tie-ups? Regulators probably have to come in. Environmentalists, people that got to prove they earned their salary. So it's a process. And then the rail engine needed, it's a 2.5 year heavy lift, as long conductor was 2-year heavy lift, needs to be incorporated in the platform and installed. And by the most recent filings, it was completed. But then again, the next month they said the same thing. So maybe there's a little process going on there. We don't know. But they are all working diligently to make sure that TELUS NVIDIA stack comes out of the gate successfully and becomes the talk of the town. Sitting on top, in and around all of the components should be Railtown. Nobody knows the story right now because of the quiet period, which continues. I know that's not the exact word, but that's the word I've always used my entire career for this period of time. But it's, if you Google it, it's not the right word. So whatever the hell. There are people in Canada, institutions in Canada, investors in Canada, lawyers in Canada, bankers in Canada, private equity types in Canada, venture capitalists in Canada who know material, non-public information about TELUS and about Railtown, and they cannot buy the stock. In the face of that, the regulators allow the criminals and the brokerage firms to continue to sell non-existent stock ever downward, and they're never once interested in the violations. Why? Because they want a job with Stevie Cohen. They want a job with Goldman Sachs. It is a quasi-legalized theft of American and Canadian investors' dollars and taxpayers' dollars on behalf of the banksters. And it's a small group of men that spearhead it. Probably 50 guys. I doubt it's more than 100. So I keep going. Why? Because the information has not been released. The proof of concept has not happened. There is no reason to give up on this story simply because criminals continuously sell non-located, non-delivered, non-owned, non-borrowed stock every single day in high frequency speed trading, spoofing and spiffing and lying and cheating and making things up and then supposedly settling, truing it up at the end of the day so they can say that it was a net long, and they've got everybody snowed while they break the law. But they're chosen to do this. They're special. They deserve it for some reason. And that's why I don't quit, because we haven't gotten to the point where the company's been able to say, hot damn, here's what we're doing. They haven't done it. So negative people can say, well, the reason they haven't done it because it doesn't exist. Well, okay. It's a point of view. You can have that point of view. Revenue hasn't happened yet. But man, they're sitting on not an elephant. They're sitting on a herd of elephants via TELUS. And it hasn't turned on yet. Well, actually, I looked it up. The data center opened on July something last year. Yes. But it's not operating at capacity, not anywhere near it. So I haven't given up. But no, I'm not compensated. And by the way, would it matter? A lot of people get compensated. There's a lot of people who've raised money for Railtown. They've been compensated. There was research on Railtown. They got compensated. There's this firm Canaccord Genuity. They got compensated for a raise they didn't even do. The BlackBerry fellas came in and invested on their own desire, and Canaccord got paid. So I don't know where you come off. You must be a young man. Have you ever noticed that Henny Youngman is an old man? And Paul Newman is an old man? And that actor Oldham, well, he used to be a young man. Now he's older. That's a Norm Macdonald line or joke, line of thought. But anyway, we haven't had the chance to see what is going to happen yet. So it keeps getting dragged out, but I haven't quit, and I'm not going to quit. I was promised not from the company, sort of an intermediary. I was promised a baseball cap that said Railtown on it. I gave my home address probably in August of last year or something, September. I never got it. I've never been paid by Railtown. I've never earned shares from Railtown. I've never earned warrants. I have no promise of getting paid by Railtown. I don't know why it matters, but the fact is, I have no arrangement with Railtown, none whatsoever. And I've spoken with Corey, I think half an hour longer than your compatriot, Tony the Tiptoeing Tiger, did. But that's the only time I've ever talked to Corey. Tony talks all the time. In my opinion, he's there to make sure you guys don't get caught with your paws in the honey jar and you get out before something big happens. But that's my opinion. So the answer is no. 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 I did buy shares of Railtown in and around November of 2024. And I think, I was paying 38 cents, something like that. And, but I saw it as a trade, maybe a 90-day to 9-month trade. And it had a it had a similar premise to an oil and gas company that I've been working with for a long time and trying to raise money. And I have a chance. They've given me an opportunity just the other day, because I have worked on it, to raise $250,000 on the same terms of the deal that closed last November. And I intend to do it. I'm going to try to do it with an LLC. There's no money offered there, but they might give me, I forget what the number was, 2%. It might be 4%. No, I think it was 2%. Anyway, it's a low number. And it's got a cap on it. So there might be $5,000 or $10,000 cash. No stock, no warrants, but my inclination would be to put that, if I set up an LLC, would to be to put that cash into it, minus any costs, of course. But I haven't set that all up. But I digress. That company is the third iteration that the smart guy running it has come up of creating software for oil and gas. And then these previous two sold at multiples, one to KKR and one to Schlumberger. I think one was at 5x and the other one was at 10 or 15x. And this is evolved during the whole financing to where, very similar story to Railtown. The idea is, look, we have this software, it's real time, it's cloud-based, and it helps teams drill real time horizontally and stay in the zone 99% of the whole way, which means more money. When I started, they had potentially one customer. I think they now have 30. But I don't know that for sure. I showed the other day they have something like 16 willing to give their testimony. Well, the whole point is, that's the example. They build it up, they get customers, show it works, and then they sell it to Halliburton or sell it to Exxon. And I think that'll happen here. I don't know the multiple, but it'll be a nice one. And it's a reasonably safe project. I bet it's 4 to 6x with an expansion possibility to 10 to 12x, and probably pretty soon. That's how I saw Railtown when I first put money in it. I saw it as one trade amongst many, because they were, and still are, in bed with that Microsoft. They were proving, they were out. They had already built their tools, and they were out on the campaign, out at conferences, getting customers. And I thought, wow, it hit me. I had heard about the story, I think, in September, and then just hit me after, again, talking. I'm not taking all credit, but it just hit me. This is identical. Once they get customers, Microsoft's going to buy them. Well, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. I've already explained to you that they ran into AIP Network, which was founded by two of the gentlemen who funded Constellation Software in their IPO, $25 million from OMERS, Mike Norbrega and John Ruffalo. They founded AIP Network along with Dr. Tom Core and with Pat Horgan from IBM Canada. And so it started a saga of this quiet period. I don't know what else to call it. From February 11th, it's over a year of quietude. And I personally don't know how, frankly, they're able to work. I've worked with private companies and public companies and raised money for a long, long time, and with attorneys. I don't know how they can keep news tight for so long. I would imagine that one of the methods they can do is be out there bringing in a lot of customers are falling all over themselves. And, negotiations are negotiations. So you say, okay, I like it, but let's table that for a while. So my suspicion is once TELUS pulls the crank and whatever's material gets released to the public in whatever form the regulators are happy, that coming after that is going to be a flurry of, that's my theory. I don't know if it's true, but it would be a flurry of all these business opportunities that have been building up like a pressure cooker. Because again, it's just my opinion. I think attorneys would tell them, if you have a contract, you've got to announce it. And so one way to delay everything is to not have a contract. And why would you not have a contract? Because maybe the TELUS deal is the big mama, and you want to get that done first. And maybe that's the predicate for all the other contracts. I don't know. It's a lot of speculation there. But my point is that I changed my view on what Railtown was, oddly, because of the February 11th announcement and having a lot of discussions with people around the water cooler and starting to understand there were two catalysts. One, I used to be a subscriber to James Altucher's crypto service for quite a while. And so I'm still on his mailing list. And there's so much mail now that my email is like a junk service. But one morning I happened to click it because it was something about AI. And I tried the best I can. I don't think I've ever finished that presentation, but I've started it 15, 16 times and get through 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. But I never get to the end when he tells his one stock, because it just goes on and on and on. But James Altucher made a point to me, and I took a lot of notes and I listened to it again, but he made a point in his presentation that this is AI 2.0. AI 1.0 was essentially gathering all the data and putting it in the computers. AI 2.0 is using it. And he said that AI 2.0 is going to create more wealth, and it's going to be a technological transformation bigger than any in human history over the last 150 years, at least. He also said that AI 2.0 more specifically, is going to create more wealth than crypto ever did. It's going to make crypto look like a Ripple. And he went on with, there's more to it, but that's basically it. And I thought, wow, well, he's always pitching his own woo. And, I kind of, it was in my head though. I was like, man, maybe this is another opportunity to get in early, like the original crypto fad. And I do think crypto is going to end up being a fad potentially. I've got to study that more. I'm not an expert, but I think this idea I've shared with everyone, that Anthropic is becoming the standard for tokens. So when agentic AI happens, agent to agent, and they spend little slivers of tokens, it all goes through the rails, the protocol created and owned by Anthropic. I think you can start seeing that Anthropic could be a giant amongst giants. I think Anthropic could be the new reserve currency almost. That's probably a little far, but it can be on par with the credit card industry or the the two big ones, or any other monetary system. But anyway, let's leave that aside. What I saw after James Altucher, a friend of mine who I used to work with, my old office, he's now, I was some shit term, first vice president, which was a big deal back then. But now everybody's called managing directors. So he's a managing director at Morgan Stanley. I was a big producer, but they're all making so much money now. It's just a whole different league. But he sent me and others a research video from Morgan Stanley on AI and robotics. And I watched it. I watched it 10 times, a dozen times. And I've showed it to everybody. And now I'm scared to show anything because I don't want to get blocked. But what he described, he didn't use the term AI 2.0. I think he used the term, this is the analyst, he used the term AI of everything, or AI for everybody, something like that. But he pointed out how robotics are going to revolutionize our life, and you need AI. You need AI. And he went into the details of it. Well, when I started re-examining Railtown, I thought, oh my gosh, this is bigger than just a trade. I did some research on Canadian websites to find out how long it took their Sequoia or their Soya or their Petroia, whatever the acronym is for their SEC or FINRA up there, to approve a merger. I forget the name of it. I just can't remember it. But I looked into it, and most mergers get approved in 30 days unless they are a threat to competition or unless there's a problem. And then it takes another 30 days to fill or kill it. So that was February 11th. March was 30 days. This is last year. April was 60. And I was paying attention. Stock wasn't doing much, wasn't doing anything at all. And so I said, all right, I'm going to keep my finger, a little bit of finger, my ZJYL, my GDC, my G-Bucks, my what other shit I had. And I think these are going to work. Nixie, I think. This is going to work. It's going to make, or Next Trip maybe, whatever. They're going to make some money there. And when it goes up, then I'll come buy some more Railtown. So I waited the first 30 days, March, the second 30 days, April, the third 30 days, May. And then at the end of May, I was starting to get just beyond myself that, and with reason, I was getting insight. I wouldn't say I was getting information, but I was getting insight of how quickly things could happen. I didn't know that Dr. Tom Core is a bit professorial, and the legal firm he chose, a lot of junior lawyers. I suspect that the short sellers own the regulators in Canada like they do here. So the regulatory process took forever. Getting the votes from AIP took months. I mean, it could have been, I think it should have been done in June or May. but it took all the way to November. It's the gentleman's game up there. But anyway, it turns out that that wasn't the only thing. I've already told you, Telus came in. But for me, I started getting really nervous that any weekend, any night, this could break. And then I would miss my chance of owning Railtown at an inexpensive price. So on Thursday, June 5th, the Thursday's correct. I'm not sure if it was the 5th or 4th or 6th. After that week, because May ended, because now we're in the next 30 days, I was thinking about it. I had decided that I was just going to sell maybe a third or half of, a couple of these things and just buy a little more. And that's all I have is a little, by the way. But that the morning that I was going to put in all those orders, I took out a pad of paper and I wrote out what I was going to do. And I got up. I either got up to take a shower or take a walk or go get a cup of coffee, whatever I was doing, thinking about it. And when I came back, or on the walk or in the shower, I said, what are you thinking of? This is crazy. If you really think that this stock has such upside potential, why are you in all this doggerel? And I said, you got to man up here. Even though I have so much diminished means compared to what I had grown accustomed to, I decided that, yep, that's what I have to do. I have to shift all of those shares into Railtown. And so that's what I did Thursday morning. And I think I bought my Railtown at 0.35999 or 0.34999 or 0.3699, in that range. And so later that day, that's when I started talking about Railtown for everybody else. And my idea, semantics, is very simple. Most people here have been hurt by you. And they've had their life savings stolen. They've had their dreams stolen. They've lost family members. They have lost, in some cases, their homes because of the greed and avarice of a handful of men on Wall Street to suck the very marrow out of the bones of these investors' financial life. And my idea is simple. In my case, it's going to be hard for me to do at low numbers. Why? I don't have the substance I used to have. I have a lot of losses in Finger, GTII, CRTD, Logic, and I'm sure there's something else. But when I sit down and write those losses out, Semantic, I can do it for you. And I'm just going to approximate, and I'm not going to say this is the correct number or not, but I come up with the number. I come up with a number somehow. But I'm not saying I'm not vouching for it. But if my losses, as an example, are $450,000, and my main account is my IRA. So it's it's not perfect, but I think what I have in my IRA is 83,000 shares of Railtown. By the way, just to finish, that Thursday when I started talking about it, I made a commitment that I was going to stop talking about silver, even though I love silver. I was going to stop talking about any other stocks. Why? Because people get distracted. When I was telling people in my best language, sophisticated investors would pick it up to get the hell out of GTII. People didn't hear it. It wasn't clear. So I decided I wanted to be clear. Buy all you can. But I also want to make it clear that a lot of people ended up buying the stock at 22 cents and 24 cents and 26 cents. Tony, the terrible tiger, came out immediately trashing me, trashing the idea. So maybe some people missed out at buying at those low levels. But hey, it's rare that you find a human being as good as Tony. So my average price is around 35 cents. It might be higher, might be lower, but I'm just going to use that. And I am scrambling. You guys, Semantics, have made it so difficult to get physical shares into the system. You should be proud of yourselves. But so let's say I spent 29, let's say I spent 30 grand building that position. And I'm going to try like hell to increase my position a little bit, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. So my losses, Semantics, are 450, and I've plowed in here at 30. My losses are actually higher than that significantly, but I just don't want to disclose that. So I'm at $480,000 that I have to generate to break even. I need to generate 480,000 just to break even. So if I take 480,000 and divide it by 83,000 shares, that's $5.78 is when I break even. In this example, I'm not vouching that it's 100% accurate. So I have a higher number than most people, but once I'm there, because I believe the stock, once it gets to $6, $5, $5.50, is going to double or triple. Not only will I be in the green, I think I will have maybe 2 or 3x almost immediately to my favor. Now, of course, that's in the IRA, so it doesn't change your world, but it does change how you feel about life. I think it even has more of it. So one of the things I've been trying to do, Semantics, is almost maybe because I put out a lot of videos early on when I thought Ham was onto something. And I also recalled how I used to get bought in, and my clients used to get bought in, but it was a different world. Bill Clinton changed the security system, the securities laws, the UCC Section 8 in 1994. And by that time, or around that time anyway, I was in London. And so the markets had changed. And but I didn't know that. And so early on, I drew all these charts saying that if a squeeze were to occur, you could see this, this, and this. And I look back on that. Number one, it's embarrassing because I was completely wrong. But I mean, I always said if, and it's a speculative game, of course, but it makes me feel pain for people who lost their money and families and houses, and it is the fault of you guys and the shorting complex. But like a stupid idiot, I probably helped you guys by getting people to think these stocks had this glorious potential to squeeze. I thought they did. I didn't sell. I could have gotten out of GTII at 9 or 8 or 7 or 6. I didn't. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I didn't. Same with Finger. So it wasn't like I was misleading anybody, but I think one of the reasons I do this, semantics, is because this is the way for people to make back those horrid losses. And instead of being victims, be champions in their own financial accounts. And I think that's what keeps me going. It's hard though. And I don't make any money at it. I do hope to have a few more shares. And I tell you, for me, to get back where I used to be in life, Railtown probably has to go much, much, much higher. But for a lot of people here, they can break even at $1 or $2 or $3. And so that's one of the things that drives me. But I don't know what the hell difference it would make if I were compensated or not. I actually find that when people are compensated, they know the story. They talk to people. So they're actually probably better at giving advice than when they're just giving their opinions, like Tony the Tiptoe Tiger. But he had a chat. He had a chat with the CEO. I don't know, Tony. So it's not so much it's that everybody here has to be careful of the insidious nature of the shorts reach. And you just got to shut it all down. The message, you got to shut it all down. Of course, they'll say to you, you shouldn't listen to me. So it's tough. But anyway, Semi-Xnick, I guess those are the reasons I keep going. I want people here to recover what they lost and stop being victims, hoping for this. I really, it's admirable, but I think it's Quixote-like to expect that there's going to be a big settlement for MMTLP. I lost money there too. This is how to do it. And that's what keeps me going. I do, if it all works out, I have some plans for how to then build something. And that actually energizes me a bit. But is that a good enough answer for you, Semi-Xnick? or by anyone really. Are you compensated in any way, monetarily or otherwise, for promoting this asset? Yeah, I'm fucking your mother. Silver Skyrocket. Hello, William. Hello, everyone. Silver Skyrocket. Happy Friday. Silver Skyrocket. Enjoy your weekend. Silver Skyrocket. Hoping May will bring news for us, but no expectations. I'm holding for as long as it takes. Yeah, I get a little frustrated sometimes, and I later on I think, why did I get upset at that? And I think what I want people to realize, this is not a trading vehicle. This is not a hot stock. There's not a target at which you sell this stock. Now, that doesn't mean as situations change, there won't be a time to use money management, or, for example, which I'm horrified at the prospect, but if there's some sort of squeeze in the stock, that's going to be a real tug at what to do. But it's not happening, and we'll address that if it happens. But it's not, I agree with you, hoping for news in May and having higher prices. That'll confirm what, and it feels better. No question, it feels better. But what I'd like people to do now is take advantage of the price and add to their positions now. And I don't really think whether it's 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 or 15, there's a number to get out. Obviously, everybody has their own situation. If they borrowed money, they got to pay it back. They got to do something, or if they have to make their family happy at Christmas time. There's always reasons, but it's like Jensen tells the story. He on a video, not to me. Jensen Wong said that when his company Nvidia first went public, or first the shares were trading, he bought his parents I forget, a Mercedes or a Lexus or something. And I'm sure it was over $100,000, but he sold the stock to buy that car. And he says, that's the most expensive gift I've ever given, because now those shares, if he had just hung on to them, would be worth tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's kind of how I see what might happen with Railtown. So I don't want people day trading it out, getting excited that, hey, we're at 3, we're at 5, we're at 7. There's going to be volatility. Nothing goes straight up. But Tony's sidekick, Platinum Blonde, who has a massive amount of experience in the markets, I'm sure, she said, but wait, I thought if you bought a stock, you can sell a stock and then you can buy it back again. And Tony answered, yeah, right. They don't know what they're talking about. It's not that I'm going to be correct, but the imbalance that's happening in this stock is that on the one hand, there's no buying from the knowledgeable people, and that's partly because it's a penny stock. And on the other hand, there's this just constant destruction of the heaviness, the heaviness, the heaviness, the heaviness. And I don't know when it's going to end. But that's not because there's something wrong with the company, in my judgment. It's not because it's a day trading stock. And when the stock does go back up, that selling is likely either to disappear or be cranked down by the stock loan desks And that size, that volume of stock that you can buy now, I don't think you'll be able to buy it when it's $7 or $10 or $15. So not only if you sell out at 3 and your timing's bad, and the next thing you know it's 6 and you don't do anything, I'll wait till it pulls back. And then the next thing it's 15. Not only did you sell out maybe 40,000 shares at $3 or 40,000 shares at 40 cents. When it's, let's say 12, assuming you have the money, I'm not sure you'll be able to buy 40,000 shares. So I really think people have been burned by the criminality and the corruption of the junior markets, and I understand that. But I also think Railtown is the way to not be a victim to that, and it's a way to get away from this. And ironically, the very machines who are dumb, the machines are probably slightly smarter than the men operating them, but in both cases, they're dumber than a dunderdeck. They're just exercising one strategy: cheat and sell, 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 hide, 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 cheat and sell, hide, 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 cheat and sell, hide, hide, hide. Don't pay taxes, move the money offshore, and if anything goes wrong, we can move to Tel Aviv. It's about as simple as their strategy is. And they're protected by attorneys, and they're protected by the infrastructure of the markets itself. But anyway, I don't want people doing this day trading bullshit. That's what it is. There's no magic to it. I mean, I show you, I get the charts right quite often. There's no magic to it. The computers are all set up in the same ranges as the idiots tell you about. Now, they're not all idiots. Some of them are. They tell you this, the moving average, that, this, the. It's all in the computers, and they manipulate that. They know psychology. The biggest thing is, though, they don't take any risk. They're as corrupt as a $3 bill. But it works under $5. It works when nobody's buying the stock. It works when there's no research. It works when the regulators are asleep at the wheel. It works when the brokerage firms lend into existence. In the case of Railtown, I imagine the reg show failures are over 100 million shares. Whether or not that's still the case, but I would imagine it's that high. Canada and the United States. I bet it's as big as the float. So my argument is the stock price isn't telling you anything on the one hand, but on the other hand, about the fundamental story. But on the other hand, that system is allowed. It's not, they don't enter into trades the way you and I do. Some of them do hold those trades, particularly when there's a toxic convertible or a at the money note that a hedge fund is committed to. They'll hold the position because they're going to drive it to the seller. But otherwise, they just go back and forth, cheating, lightning fast, nanosecond. And they're just skimming money out of the market, hoovering it. And, if they make $1,000 a day, that's 20 grand a month. Give 12 grand to Stevie Cohen, as an example, and they keep 8 grand. It's better than waiting tables, and that's one stock. So their goals are different than our goals. Their goals are short-term stealing and making a profit. And they think they're justified. They think they deserve it. But as the stock goes over $5, and as research comes in, and as investment banking comes in, and as firms stand behind the stock in their retirement plans and in their advisory role, compliance at the good side of the brokerage firm is going to tell the other side, stop doing this shit. And the supply is going to dry up. And I mean, they may still have that same short-term goal of trying to make quick profits, but they're not geniuses. They just have a system to steal and cheat, and they just implement that system. So as soon as the stock's up over 5 with volume and big boys and girls following it, I suggest to you it's at least possible, and I think likely, that the spigot gets turned off, the Xerox machine gets put away, and the endless supply of new shares, securities, entitlements goes away. So that's why I get so worked up. These people come and tell you, well, you got to take a third of it off, or you got to take your original. Guys and girls, this system screwed you. This is how you can get back at the man, the white straight man. Get back at him. Take all the stock he gives you. You remember that scene in Trading Places? You know, everyone's selling to him. We'll take all the orders. It's the opposite in this case. But while the crowd's given to it, do it. I just don't think you'll be able to build a position. It's a weird stock that way. The other day, yesterday, Steve was talking about, I can't believe, I'm so proud of him. He's built a tremendous position. And he's right. He could have probably built that position without having to put so much more cash into it. If he had woven the path a little differently, but he did a great job, and he's got his position. Ironically, if I'm right, and these things have to be proven out, but if Steve's position, if I'm right with, let me go to the target that I've said for months, $55. And there's also no reason it'll stop there. But if I'm right about that target, and there's so much still has to happen, so much still has to be learned, that we got to acknowledge the higher the number, the more variables, the more variance in result. But if, let's say it goes there, he's going to have an account of $110 million. Yes, he can rue that he had to put more money up, or alternatively, that he could have had 50,000 more shares or 100,000 more shares. But at 100 million, I hesitate to even believe something like that could happen, but it can. At 100 million, there's no way in hell he could ever build that position on the way up. He couldn't build it at $5. He couldn't build it at $10, much less at $100. So I just think these people get you thinking in the fear and trepidation mode that they had you in with AME and GMC and MMTLP and MMAT and MULN and Wolf, and they don't care about the fundamental story. All they care about is the stock is under $5 and it's on the over-the-counter market. And they've rigged the whole thing. They've corrupted the whole thing. And going back to the Semenik, who's impertinent as hell. I want every one of you to get away from this hell. And for example, a guy like Steve, let's ignore 55. Let's say it goes to 25. He has $50 million. Well, doing rough arithmetic in my head, he's probably got $800,000 invested in his position. Well, if the stock goes to 50 million or 55 million, he could take $1 million out and recreate all of his positions. And if some of them have gone up, maybe he has to take 2 million out. But that's the magnitude, I think, of what's ahead. So Silver, all I'm talking about is I don't want people to get caught up in the thinking of all these other hit and run. There's tire tracks all over your back. I can see you've had your fun. We have to get away from it. So anyway, and I'll go back to this pertinence of Semi-X. Am I compensated in any way, monetarily or otherwise, for promoting this asset? No, I'm not. I wish I'd put everybody in a fund so I could get a piece of the action, like hedge funds do. But the answer is semantics, no. I do come on here sometimes and ask for donations, but I guess you want me to my Verizon's going to cut off here. My phone bill's going to cut off. I have to travel in in a week, 10 days, to try to make some things happen. And so, yeah, I sometimes ask for money, but whatever. I wish you would find another stock to look at, Semen-X. Silver Skyrocket. That's the one we just talked about. Buckeye in Puerto Rico. Hello, Bill and RT peeps. Hello. Ricky Brogan. Elon Musk's AI company, XAI, is building the world's largest supercomputer named Colossus. All right, maybe that was the name, Colossus, in Memphis, Tennessee, to train its AI chatbot, Grok, located in a former Electrolux facility. I wonder why they don't put it in Dollywood. Hey, Donna. Hello. Donna says hello. Isn't Railtown going to an AI show this weekend? I don't know. They did go Wednesday and Thursday. No. Yes, Wednesday and Thursday this week. But I think there is another one coming up. I just don't think it's this weekend. I think it's Ward will know. I think there's one in June, and I think there might be one either middle of May or end of May. But I don't think there's one this weekend. But I think maybe you're talking about Discovery X, which just happened. Ricky, I live in East Tennessee. Memphis is West Tennessee. Sorry. I live in East Tennessee. Memphis is West Tennessee. 600 miles. I wish I had built there. TVA wanted to build a nuclear facility on Norris Lake in my county. But the farmer signed a petition, I assume. Pat M got another 200. Awesome, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Good job, Pat M. Look at that total. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing, Pat. I don't know where you were like 6 months ago, but that's amazing. Congratulations. Buckeye, lots of fluctuation today and very low volume. May be compressing before a big move. Well, I've gone on, but I think the price isn't telling us anything. And it's because of the heaviness, but it's also because of this news blackout. And Buckeye, I think it's a good opportunity because I was talking, I think, yesterday afternoon, maybe with Ward. I forget exactly when. And I was running through kind of thinking as I was speaking about what might be a reasonable set of news or events that could get this party started. And I stand by, and I've said for a long time, it's all about TELUS. Why? Because TELUS, instead of selling one company at a time or one convention at a time, they sold to one center of influence, and it's a massive center of influence. 30 billion, well, it used to be anyway, $30 billion market cap company. I don't know where it is right now. With 20 billion in annual revenues, focused on AI, but focused on this sovereign Canadian push. And they've created the first data center, and they've got a head start on everybody else. They're losing some of that advantage because of unknowable reasons, but it's okay. You've got to assume that men and women who have bet tens of billions of dollars are going to do the right thing to make the TELUS data center generate a hell of a lot of revenue. And one of the things you don't want to do is turn it on. I know it's already on, please. Turn it on too soon. You got to test it. Make sure it can handle it. You got to make sure that it's ready for any mistakes or shocks. And so they're doing that. What I don't really know what they're doing behind the scenes, but I imagine, as I've used the example before, it's like starting up a 5-star restaurant. You put it through its paces for a while, offering free dinners, and you check everything and measure everything and do it again and do it again and do it again and make sure that the noises don't interfere with the diners, and make sure there's no way in of rats, and make sure that the salad bar, the cold, we used to call it what, the cold. Anyway, you had where the chef was with all the hot stuff, and then there was a cold section, and you picked up at different times. But you make sure that's all working. And anyway, you do that for a few weeks, if not months. And then you open it up, and then you're ready. And then Phyllis Richmond writes a glowing report about one of your desserts. And the next thing you know, nobody can get a table for 8 months. Why? Because you took the time to make sure the first impression, the first experience was out of this world. And I think that might be what's going on with TELUS. So I agree with you, the fluctuation, low volume, and it's ready for a big move. But I think it's all of a piece. It's all noise, statistical noise. I don't think the stock should be 35 cents. I don't think the stock should be $1. I think right now the stock probably, if we compare it to last year's Lang Chain, and I believe Lang Chain solves the problem in an inferior way, or put another way, doesn't solve the problem. So Lang Chain's valuation from the summer, even though it was announced in October, was 1.25 billion post money. Using that number, you get to $5.50 a share for Railtown. But my guess is that the chutzpah or the talent, the legitimate abilities of Lang Chain have continued. And the next time they raise money, and they will, I bet it's at 3 billion, 2.5 billion, 3.5 billion, double. I mean, any projection can get interrupted. So I actually think Railtown today, well, that's the thing. Today, nobody knows the story. So I guess I should say today, if everyone knew the story and they could buy it, I think the stock should probably be $7.50, $8. But then, Buckeye, the question is, how does it get from 35 cents to $5 or $6 or $7? And it could be a very frustrating few weeks of false starts and stepping back because of the heaviness, because it's an over-the-counter stock, because institutions aren't allowed to buy anything under $5 or under $7 or under $10 for that matter. And it could be a volatile experience, or the market could agree with my point of view. Not that I'm smart. The market could just, maybe that's the way to say it. Maybe I'm predicting the market's reaction correctly. It's not that they're agreeing with me. They look at it, and if Buckeye, we know from the LinkedIn post that 2 or 3 weeks ago, 2,300 developers signed up for rail tracks essentially overnight. That's 3 or 4 weeks ago. We know that the comments, or I don't know how to find it, but I'm told the comments and the enthusiasm is really high for rail tracks. So we don't know what happened to the growth since then. It could be growing lickety split, or maybe it stopped. We don't know. But that's going on outside of TELUS. And the initial signups are all for free. But it's like many of the services, I can't think of any right now that I've signed up for. They're great, but then, or it's like newspaper, like Forbes. You read 5 articles and now I got to pay. So I don't know when, but that growth is going to become probably a subscription model, a monthly subscription model, like every online service eventually becomes. So that's happening. We don't even know anything about that. But as it relates to TELUS, I really think what you're dealing with here is an on-off switch. And I'm not talking about I don't know, to it's the only idea I can think of, to be crude a little bit. Like, I'm not talking about a man walking up to a urinal and he stands there and maybe he's embarrassed who's around him and he can't do anything, but he's on, and it starts and it's taking a while and all that. I'm talking about a guy was at the bar drinking, and he's driving to the next bar, and he didn't go to the lavatory, and by the time he gets in and make sure that everybody's seated, he really has to go, and he races and he gets to the urinal, and it comes out like a fire hose. I really think that's probably a bad example, but I can't think of an example in the financial world to unlike a thing like Linux, or even maybe open, ChatGPT at first, or see, I just can't come up with an example. These things, they build for a while and then they catch fire. And so your analogy of compressing and getting ready for a big move in that context makes sense. But what I'm trying to get across, and I might be wrong, but I think once TELUS pulls the lever, or TELUS opens the gate, or TELUS bangs the drum, or TELUS rings the bell, or TELUS puts out emails to all their customers, and they're ready to open the restaurant, and the line forms around the block, I think that the revenue is going to go from zero to gangbusters probably in a day. I would imagine that as soon as TELUS tells their own clients to move to Rimouski, they're going to move. Maybe, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a trickle. I don't think it's going to be a word of mouth and slowly go. But there might be a little bit of a ramp up time, awareness time, opening the emails, asking the boss. There could be a lag of a couple of weeks or a month or 6 weeks. But when collectively it starts, I think it's going to literally be an on-off switch. I think it's going to go from Railtown's part of it. Remember, it's going to be monthly. I guess a revenue split implies that Railtown gets paid the same way TELUS gets paid. So monthly and usage, probably. These are things we don't know. But however long that awareness and that turning on and that, hey, step right up, once it starts, I think it's going to bowl everybody over. I'm not saying that they're going to book 150 million on an annualized basis in the first 30 days, but I think it could start ramping pretty quickly. But I think analysts who will first be studying TELUS will then start looking at Railtown, and I think within 30 days, it's going to be possible for analysts to calculate that Railtown's going to do over 100 million. Railtown's going to do over 150 million. Hell, if you give it 3 years, they might do 250 million to 300 million. And I think that awareness isn't going to be a trickle. It's going to just come out all at once. And yes, I think it's coiling and getting ready for a big move and all that. That's all trading talk, and I love it. I love talking that way and looking at charts. But to describe what I'm thinking is you're going to go from analysts, let's say in Canada, and mutual funds, private equity, etc. They're going to go from not knowing anything about Railtown and seeing that there's zero revenue to watching Rimouski turn on. And, it might take them 30 days, 45 days to get the revenue runs. Who knows? But I bet they'll watch it day by day. It's all computerized. And I think the analysts are going to go from a zero projection to oh my gosh, these guys are going to do 100 million or more in 2026 or whatever they come up with. That might be aggressive. But in 2027, I can't believe it. These guys might do 150, 200 million. And I think that awareness isn't going to come in a trickle. I don't think it's going to come as a gradual awareness. I literally think it's going to be an on-off switch. Then we'll see what happens to the stock price. I mean, it's like I say, under 5, under 7, under 10. A lot of institutions can't buy. So it could be this frustrating thing. But what we have to hang on to, particularly if research comes out and even talks anywhere close to what I'm saying, because I'm speculating, we got to hold on to that bigger vision of the valuation. And then we got to hold it all in the context of the macro market, because multiples and confidence in the overall markets, they can change too, generationally. But for now, I know it sounds crazy, but I think the awareness of what Railtown could be could cause, I don't think analysts will come out when the stock's 35 cents or $1 and say it's going to be $25. I don't think they'll do that. They'd come out and say it's going to be 3 or 4, and then they'll up it and up it. But I think analysts in their own mind are going to go, oh my gosh, this stock, like I've been saying, this stock is mispriced. This is a $15 stock. So anyway, enough on that. I know I bored you. Ricky Brogan, Norris Lake is the only lake in Tennessee that doesn't have a chemical or nuclear coal plant diffusing in the lake. Yeah. I'm glad they protected it. Ricky Brogan, an older lady in Claiborne County, turned down $3.2 million for her farm. They wanted to put an AI database in. Good for her. Ricky Brogan, Ward must be talking about the one at the lab where I work as a union insulator. It's bringing a lot of jobs. Ricky Brogan, the project focuses on building high-capacity AI data centers on federal land at the East Tennessee Technology Park adjacent to Oak Ridge National Laboratory and the Oak Ridge Boys. Federal site selection, Ricky. The U.S. Department of Energy selected the Oak Ridge Reservation in Anderson and Roane counties as one of 4 national sites to host new large-scale AI data centers. Ricky Brogan, once Norris Lake passes through Norris Dam, it becomes a river again, and then it backs up. Anderson County from Melton Hill Dam, which the Orinal Lab, Y12, ABD, and K25 diffuses. Ward Richardson, that Oak Ridge, Ricky, that Oak Ridge, Ward is saying to Ricky, that Oak Ridge National Laboratory named Mission Genesis are building the world's most powerful AI-driven scientific platform, and Xanadu just partnered with Orional Xanadu. So Tennessee is going to be a big spot. Hawkeye 50, Farron's investment advice is 100% guaranteed to lose you significant money. You are here for entertainment only. Truth. Well, I don't know how to measure that, Hawkeye. I think there's a lot of people here who have made, for example, money in silver and other trades, would have saved money if they listened to me in other trades. But I don't know, did you listen to some of my ideas and you didn't trade them properly and you're blaming it on me? Maybe. A lot of the stocks that people attribute to me, I didn't recommend. So, but there is one, if you want to put it at my feet, that I thought was going to work. And I spent a lot of time in due diligence, met with the CEO 2 or 3 times, and really talked with one of the knowledgeable investors, a former American Stock Exchange executive, and really got to know it. But at the end of the day, the CEO or the board or both signed a disastrous financing with, I can't even remember the name now, a group out of Toronto. And they destroyed the company. I think they stole $150, $200 million of investors' money. You can blame me for that, but I wasn't part of that steal. I didn't make the decision to sign that toxicity. In fact, I fought against it. And I wrote a lot of emails, made phone calls, and it was nerve-wracking, but I lost money in it. A lot of these stocks in the under $5 space they're nothing. They're just speculative plays on short squeezes, and there's nothing there. And yes, I want everybody to get away from that. But bottom line, Hawkeye, I don't know who you are and what the hell you're talking about, but you don't obviously take responsibility for your own investing decisions. But regardless, whatever happened on all of that, and assuming those were all my fault, and I'm the one that lost the money, not the criminals, not the stealing and the cheating. Let's just take your premise. How does that therefore mean that Railtown, founded by in my mind, a couple of geniuses, building their platform in the hottest space right now in AI, this orchestration layer, and in the largest industry in the world, where hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars are being spent on stacks and data centers, and they need that layer, and the market is growing, and there's room for many competitors. So Railtown doesn't have to be the winner. I hope they are, but they can just have a piece of it. How does any of that track record, and you can blame it all on me, how does that have anything to do with the fundamental story of Railtown and AI, Hawkeye? The BlackBerry founders invested in Railtown. The only reason they don't invest anymore, they're not allowed to. Why? Because they know material information. They're insiders. But why did they invest in that private placement? Have you ever asked yourself that? They do due diligence. They know the space. They never have stepped outside of, as I understand it, their own orbit. And I also understand when I Googled it, they make big investments. Why did they do this one? Because of my advice? No, they've never heard of me. Why did TELUS choose Railtown to be the critical component of its stack? Because of my advice? They've never heard of me. Why did Uniserve sign up with Railtown? Uniserve is the software as a solutions provider, and they know what's coming. They signed up with Railtown so they can keep their 3,000 clients. Why did they do that? Because of my advice? Why did Mike Norbrega, president for a decade and CEO of Omers, and John Ruffalo, the founder of Omers Ventures, and then the founder of Mavericks, and Dr. Tom Core and Pat Horgan started AIP Partners Network to imitate a company that they founded called Constellation Software that went from $1 or $10 to $5,000 with a great strategy, and they're replicating it. Why did those guys choose out of 165 companies they curated and accepted into their network? Why did they choose Railtown as the vehicle to buy them out? Because of my advice? Hell no. Hell no. So I think Hawkeye, I don't know if you're real or a short, but if you're real, you've obviously lost money. I never told people to buy AME or GMC. I never told people to buy MMTLP. I never told people to buy MMAT. I never told people to buy MULN. Never told people to buy Wolf, although I did buy Wolf, and I was positive on the idea. But once Ari Rubenstein got involved, it's a toxic note. But that might work out. I never told people to buy Energy Vault, although that one did seem to work out. I never told people to buy ZJYL, GDC, GBucks, although I traded them. But they were never my recommendations. I never recommended GTII, never recommended CRTD, although I traded them. And in all of those cases, I early on, after studying, 2 or 3 dozen short squeezes, I gave targets where I thought it could happen if there was a buy-in and there was a short squeeze. But I've also recognized that there aren't any buy-ins anymore. And January, February of last year, I've educated everyone here, obviously not you, that David Rogers Webb wrote a book and did a lot of on security entitlements. And, the system is, you can't make money. Any company that needs to raise money and is on the over-the-counter or most of the NASDAQ, you're going to get destroyed. And you're going to blame that on me, fine. But what does that have to do with Railtown? What does that have to do with Railtown? Railtown is public because they needed money and they started early on the strategy of building software for AI when AI 2.0 was ready. They were early, so they needed to go public to raise some money and stay alive. Of course, they did it on the junior markets. I went through it. They didn't do anything toxic, but they get hammered in Canada. And then they needed to raise more money, so they came down to the over-the-counter to tap into the bigger US markets, supposedly. And so they listed on the over-the-counter. But man, that just opened up more hammering. But they never did a deal. They never did a deal. Thank God. But so that gives us an opportunity to buy it as a public company. Otherwise, it'd be in a private channel. The hammering is just the knee-jerk and profitable reaction of the program computer selling and the high-frequency trading and the cheating. And to be clear, Hawkeye, I'm not recommending people buy Railtown because it's going to squeeze or because we can get these guys, because Wall Street is cheating. I'm not doing any of that. I'm suggesting that Railtown is mispriced mainly because of that, but also because it's in a quiet period. And when that quiet period ends, the information is going to be out. And what the hell does it have to do with me? I've backed up everything I've said other than projections, although I've backed them up with comparables. I've backed it up, all my sources, every single day. I've done the due diligence live. I've shown people where I'm getting my information. So hashtag truth to you. Ward Richardson also partnered with TELUS. Are you connecting the dots? Okay, Ricky. Ward Richardson says, Ricky, that Oak Ridge National Laboratory named Mission Genesis are building the world's most powerful AI-driven scientific platform. And Xanadu just partnered with ORNL. Xanadu also partnered with TELUS. Are you connecting the dots here? And Pat M says, buzz off, Hawkeye 50. I should have let her speak for me. Thank you, Pat. Ricky Brogan, Ward, 100%. Ricky, Ward, I hired in at ORNL 1990, May 21 as a union insulator asbestos worker. Now I can barely breathe. No, sorry. Now I estimate jobs. Wow. Now I've taken up smoking. Ward Richardson, William James Altscher was spot on with 2.0. I agree. Bull market investor, much love, everyone. Much love back at you. Ward Richardson, Ricky Brogan, that's fantastic. What I need you to do is roam around in their office and see if you can find any paperwork with an RT printed on it. Your mission, if you decide to accept it, Donna M. RT closed green last minute before the market closed. 0.3111. Have a nice weekend. That's good news. Eric Belanger, May is our month. I kept saying that, Eric. I kept saying that half jokingly, but for all last year. September will be our month. October, it's not funny, but I think it's funny that you're saying it now. But you could be right. Neil Gondek, High Bill and RT investors. This week, Meta is spending $300 billion this year on AI development. Railtown is going to be just fine. Have a great weekend. Unknown. I thank you very much, Neil. Thank you very much. That's great information. 300 billion. They're spending it, and it's got to work. Instead of being a big white elephant, you need something like Railtown. MC885. Hi, everyone. Question regarding RT TELUS revenue split. Does this count for the entire revenue coming from this TELUS data center, or just from the revenue RT brings through in AIP? Well, let's break that down. Number one, we don't know. Number two, the last part of your question, it's almost certainly true that the revenue RT brings in through AIP is going to be split. So if we start there, let's say going out to the end of the decade, and we assume that the revenue split is, I don't know, we don't know, but let's say it's 20%, and it's based on that shared revenue being 300 million a year exiting this decade. Well, that's $60 million a year coming into Railtown at 100% margin. Now, if that's the only thing they have, the multiple's not going to be that high. I would say it'd be somewhere between 5 and maybe 15x at the most. So that may or may not make the stock, rock and roll. On the other hand, that 60 million a year is 100% margin. So that's what, 5 million a month? Every month? It's pretty significant thing. That the last part of your question is pretty significant. But the first part, we don't know the revenue split. We do know that TELUS, well, I don't know if in all cases, but I think we know that TELUS as a telecom charges its clients monthly. And I imagine that's a combination of a monthly, fee plus a usage. I think that's pretty much how, unless it's the internet, maybe it's just one standard fee. But if you go over a certain amount of usage, then they tack on big fees. But if it's the phone service, we all know subscription models. So I think we can assume that TELUS is going to have mostly a subscription model. And then your question is, does Railtown split all of that revenue, part of it, a significant part of it, or a small part of it? And we don't know that answer. But I think all evidence is that the TELUS stack is going to be Canadian. There's no indication, but we don't know. There's no indication that TELUS has engaged, for example, LangChain for that role. There's none. There's no indication of the other tiny companies that are mostly starting to create their product because they now see it. But remember, you are signed up with two genius guys. They saw it 7 years ago. To me, that's genius. There's no indication, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. There's no indication that there's another orchestration layer firm being engaged to provide that. Now, could individual customers ask TELUS to set it up for them? I don't know. My guess is TELUS would say, well, yeah, but it's too much effort. Why don't you just stay at your own hyperscaler? But I don't know. You know, it'd be interesting if let's say IBM Canada came in and said, we want to use this data center, but we want to hook up with LangChain instead of Railtown. I don't know. I mean, that's a real case scenario. I don't think it would happen, by the way, because I think by the time Pat Horgan talked to IBM, but we don't know that. And that's something that's going to be proven. But I believe, all I can say, MC, based on information and belief, I'm not making it up, but it doesn't make me correct. I believe that Railtown is that layer, and it is chosen or mutually agreed by TELUS and maybe by the whole Canadian powers that be to be that layer. And I believe the revenue sharing is probably the same way TELUS. So I'm assuming it's subscription, and I'm assuming it's monthly. Now, I don't know what the split is. I've given my theories. I think 10% or an eighth is too low to bother. I think 50% is way too much. But, you know, could be 30%, 33%, could be 1875, it could be 22 and a half, could be 25, could be 27. I don't know. I picked 20%, frankly, because it's easy arithmetic. But, you know, we don't know. And we may never know. The analysts will know, but we may never know. So it is my thesis that Railtown is the only layer on the TELUS NVIDIA stack fulfilling this function. And further, that the split is going to, so all of the business, my thesis is all of the business going through that data center is going to be split with Railtown. Could it be a different number, a third, a half, 3/4? We'll find that out, but we don't know. Whatever it is, it's 100% margin. It doesn't cost any more to go from one customer to 1 million. The product's already built out. The company carrying the cost load is TELUS, not Railtown. And you know, if there's a split and they have to share it with somebody, I would guess would be a Canadian company, but I don't know of any Canadian companies doing what Railtown does. But we'll have to find that out. And then we'll have to adjust our projections. Remember, I didn't say 2 billion when I started my projections. I said only 1 billion, partly to compensate for that. Maybe they only get 80% of the business. We just don't know. But I think they're going to get a significant part of that business. And then Kamloops. And then if it proves the concept, they'll have some. There are competitors. There's no question. But Google's out there creating its own silo. They're embedded in Microsoft. I don't know if Microsoft's doing something better or they're a natural acquirer of Railtown. But one of the strengths of Railtown is it's neutral. And as I showed you yesterday, the computer did, you know, it's pretty powerful. if Railtown stays neutral, it may allow them to collect a major share of the token business, a piece of all the token, the kind of like credit cards. When you sweep them, MasterCards gets a little money. Railtown could be in that position if they let Anthropic do the, doing the heavy part of splitting the wind or the waves, and they just coast behind. No one really knows the answer to that question, MC. I think everything that's been disclosed, I think it's a reasonable assumption that Railtown gets all of that deal. But that might be one of the reasons they haven't announced anything yet, is they don't want to create competition until everything is up and they've already claimed the beachhead. There's a lot of strategy there too. Meltdown police. Is that making fun of me? It's very clever. Do you and Ham still stay in contact? Yeah, he just called me twice. Those interruptions, that was Ham calling me. Unknown stuntsman, Uncle Bill, language. I had my 3 kids in the car. Sorry, Steve. I can't remember. I remember one thing I said. Sorry about that, Steve. I'll remember that in the future. Bullishly blushing, Railtown. Ricky Brogan, closed above the 20-day moving average. Purple line is very strong. Yeah, we'll have to look to see if it's on Ricky's support. I told you guys last week that I thought it had broken and I thought it could go down and sideways for a few days. I told you yesterday that I thought that it might end at the end of the month because the heaviness, those manipulators, they have to get the lowest price possible at the end of the month so they can tell their paymaster and tell their compliance, if there is any, tell the people they borrow money from, and tell their clients, hey, look, it looks pretty good. So I don't know if I said it live yesterday, but I said it to a couple of people. That might have, that might be it. Maybe it's week today and Monday and Tuesday, but I didn't look at the chart, so I don't have numbers in my head. But I agree with you, Ricky. I think that it's in essence finding its level again here as support, and then the horizontal resistance I'm trying to remember it. It's somewhere around here. So if it gets through that, that's a positive. But then I remember there's not your purple line, there's the declining broader line. Let me see if I can show it to you. This is what my friend had sent me. And he said he thought it would come down to here, 27. I told him I didn't think so, but he's really good. I'm not. I thought it might do a double bottom on an angle. He said no, it's got to come down and test that. It's got to come down and create a double bottom. I don't know. You never know. But this is a different chart service than the one I use. but it closed up here a little bit, and it might, using a horizontal, it might have to come down in here Monday or Tuesday. And if he's right, it'll spike down here once. But I actually, he's, do you see all that clutter? Not the spike, but the rest of the clutter. The bottom is 27. I think that's what he's saying. It has to come down in there and probably do it a few days to create a double bottom, and then it's off to the races. But anyway, Ricky, your line comes like this, and on my chart, you're probably right. We're back in it, but this is pretty powerful resistance. And I'm sorry, Steve. I really apologize. Tell your kids to never speak the way William does, and I'll buy them all an ice cream. Tell them it makes them sound ignorant and stupid. It's much better to use an elegant vocabulary. Anyway, by now, you have 3 attempts to break this downward resistance, 3 attempts. And each time it failed. I think the next time it goes through this red line, which could be quickly, but it also could be another week or two, and it's a lower number. Do you see? Because it declines. So instead of the horizontal resistance, this is a declining resistance. So maybe, I don't know, a week from now, 2 weeks from now, it breaks through here. I don't know this, how many days or minutes are on this chart. It breaks through, but it only has to break through 35. Or it comes out here and it only has to break through 33. And if it does it significantly with volume and stays above that, of course it'll break out and then it'll come down to test it. But this resistance then becomes support. And then I would suggest to you, that means we're off to the much higher numbers. That's how I see it. Ward Richardson, Hawkeye 50, talk about open your mouth and insert your foot. You just shited all over yourself. Buckeye in PR. Tell us Q1 earnings next Friday, May 8th. Could that be a catalyst? Yeah, the management discussion on Q3 earnings, they actually mentioned Railtown. Their Q4 earnings, they didn't mention Railtown, but both times they talked about their target of $2 billion from AI-enabled technologies. So you're right. Next Friday, they could talk about Railtown. They could talk about that TELUS digital target. But you know what, even more? They could talk about their data center in depth. You're right. They could talk about who they picked for their large language model, or maybe they won't be able to. But I think you got a good point. That's a good time to talk about it. Then that'll be a quiet period around the earnings. And that's a perfect time just before and just after the earnings and just before his discussion on his conference call that goes out to everybody. That's a quiet period. And I don't know the rules up there, but it's essentially you can't buy all before, but I think you have to wait 48 hours afterward if you're an insider to buy. But anyway, that would be a perfect time to get news out. You're right. That would be a good time. All right. So now we've gone on, and I would like to quit, but I'm not going to quit. I'm going to get through what let's just show you all this again. This is the TELUS stack that the computer made it. But it's the TELUS electricity, which is cheaper than anybody else's, and it's renewable energy, and it's Canadian sovereign. The chips are engaged by TELUS, bought, rented, whatever, but they are NVIDIA chips, high performance. And then there's the infrastructure, which is TELUS, but it's also a lot of things. It might be that Fire IX, but this is a critical part to make the chips come to life. The chips need the energy. And then it's the large language models. And then it's the applications. And then the users are on top. Well, if you go up this, there's chip automation. There's clusters. I don't know much about what that means. That's domain-specific models tuned for TELUS Health. That's this side. Over here, you've got your energy, sovereign and clean, but you've got high performance. But right here, just read what it says about Railtown. And it's pointing at all three stacks here, chips, infrastructure, and models. But it's also this entire blue netting. But anyway, Railtown AI Stack, it's cross-stack orchestration and optimization engine. And I would argue they're not going to try to clutter that up with some other framework. So at the top, it says Railtown AI, unifying the vertically integrated AI factory. So anyway, I think it's exciting. And this, I think, was no, that's Finger. I was saying that this looked pretty bullish, but now Finger's pulled back a bit. I don't know. Let me just take that. I need the space. This was Xanadu. And you see how Xanadu came public, 10 to 12. And then, of course, they sold it down. But then some announcement right around $5 or $6, and whew, $42. And of course, it pulled back. But now it's up to 36. And this is the kind of thing, I'm not saying, I may be wrong, but this is the kind of thing I'm so nervous and I get so worked up about that if you listen to one of these bumper stickers, well, I think you have to take some money off the table. And this is not a day trade. This is not a day trade. And if you had taken some money off, you missed this. Now, it becomes a different story if this happens and you want to take some money off and, it's just different. But why is it different? Because at 35 cents to go to 7, which is right where this took off, basically, that's 20x. That's a big X. And then to go from 7 to 35 or 40, that's another what is it? Another 5x? So if you multiply that by 20, that entire thing's 100x? In other words, if you go from 35 cents to $35.42, that's 100x. I just don't know why you would listen to bumper sticker advice if something like this is potential. And this is fundamental. This isn't a short squeeze. These other stocks that they have you in are all based on hoping it squeezes. So anyway, I'm going to take that one down. I'm going to take this one down. Yeah, this is the old picture of Railtown, and it's too old. I was showing it doesn't have enough of the resistance line here, but it did break Ricky's original line, and there's a new one here, but there's not enough here. So I'm going to take that one down. That should give me some room. This is the TELUS 3 cores. This is where we fit in the layer, orchestration frameworks. And that's similar to Google ADK LangChain. Then the large language models are OpenAI, Anthropic, and Cohere. I don't know if they're all going to be there or just one. But the hyperscalers, the examples they give are Azure, Google Cloud, Bell, CoreWeave, Amazon, and TELUS. Well, right now, we know they have this arrangement with TELUS, but imagine if that leads to arrangements elsewhere. Maybe not Google Cloud, maybe not Amazon because they're doing their own, but what about those others? We don't know. And then I thought I had more here. I guess I have to find it. We'll do it another day. All right, I'm going to take that. No, I'm not going to take that one down. Okay, so let's get going on what I wanted to show you earlier. No. Okay. And where would I find it? Not there. Not there. All right, that's different. Is it down here? Yeah, I guess it's that long. Darn it. Wow, it's a lot. All right, well, we'll plow through it. We will plow through it. I just got to make sure it's not even further. Yeah, it's further. Wow. I didn't realize how far it went down. Okay. Anyway, it'll go quickly. It's not rocket science here. Boom, 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 boom. It's not a lot to read. It's just more to show it to you. But it's the gentleman yesterday asked a question that I still can't answer the full part of it because it's not maybe it's disclosed somewhere, but I don't see it. And I went through most of the filings. All right, so we start here. Railtown Capital Corp November 16, 2011, initial public offering. This is by prospectus. And it's done by Hayward Securities in Vancouver, British Columbia. And the directors and officers were Jason Moreau, William Benjamin Catalano, Alan G., Martin Woodward, Jane Woodward. I wonder if that's related to Paul. And these are the, I don't know if they're the founders, but those are the principals. I couldn't find anywhere in the prospectus who said founding. And then proposed operations. The company will identify businesses and then they'll complete a qualifying transaction, arm's length. They are going to raise $225,000. And previously, they're going to raise $500,000. There's some costs. They end up with $600,000. These are the shares allocated to the 4 or 5 people. 80,000, 80,000, 80,000, 80,000, 80,000, all at 10 cents. In 2011, 400,000 shares. Actually, these are options. Sorry, these are options. They're not shares. They're options at 10 cents. And they expire. I don't know if they were ever exercised. And here's the names and where they live. Alan G. lives in California. The rest of the Canadians live in British Columbia. They all own 11% of the company. These are the initial investors: Derek Liu, Michael Edwards, Whistler, Monji Investments, Peter Gill, Tenuous Holdings, AFT Investments, Yabert Capital. It doesn't say Corey or Marwan anywhere. Okay, so now I just have to go get the next set. Okay, here's, these are the shares, and that's the 11%. So it's Moreau, Catalano, G, Woodward, Liu, and Edwards. These are the actual shares. After the offering, they each have 5%. But it's not Marwan and this is the total. And these are some of the names, their background: Greenfield Capital Group, private global investment firm, Ballard Power Systems, anyway, has nothing to do with Marwan or Corey. This is there's some escrow thing. It's not important. These are, again, the people: 40 years old for Moreau, 47 for Catalano, 50 for G, 44 for Woodward. we don't have to go. They're capital people, though. KAG Capital, Suttonwood Realty, Cyber Software, a bank. Here's G. We don't have to get buried in it. And then here's some of the experiences of these guys. Moreau, Citivia Software, and RSI International. I think I read that correctly. Catalano, African Queen Mines, Sacre-Cœur Minerals, Royal Monashi Gold, Stellar Biotechnology. So he's a deal guy. GameStop is going to buy eBay. How the mighty have fallen. Pan-African Mining, and then Aligi, CAG Capital. And then Martin Woodward, Royal Moonashare Gold, and CAG Capital, or it's the person below him. And then, yeah, it's Martin. And Menica Mining. And up there, everybody's in mining. Jane Woodward might be related to Paul. I don't know. Okay. And then you come to this, and I put this out of order, but this was the vote to be held on March 29, 2021. March 29, 2021. This is when the first time I saw that you see Marwan Haddad, Corey Brandolini, I don't know who Sultana Capital is, and Kevin O'Neill. Two people that aren't there anymore. It may be, anyway, this is the allocation to the two founders, I think. And it may be that what's going on here is this was a shell created, had a purpose, and then it was wound down and cleaned up. Kind of like what the receiver's doing to GTII. I know, let's go quickly. Let's find the breaking news. I know you're dying to know. You're dying to know what the Cohen is going to do with all the money that you gave to him in deal after deal after deal. I don't see the news on Yahoo. Oh, there it is. There it is on Yahoo. I thought I saw it on Yahoo. GameStop. GameStop preparing offer for eBay, Wall Street Journal reports. GameStop is preparing to make an offer for eBay, the Wall Street Journal reported on Friday, citing people familiar with the matter. Shares of eBay, which has a market cap of $46 billion, were up about 9%. Shares of GameStop, which has a market cap of nearly $12 billion, were up 3%. You know, I really think that's not a bad idea. I don't see where a short squeeze is going to come, but I think Amazon is losing its grip a little bit on the, you know, it's where marketers and sellers have always had to go because they have this ring-fenced bit of information. But with AI and the new generations, I don't think that fence matters that much anymore. And I saw something, I'm trying to remember the numbers, where kind of Amazon used to have some big number of the sellers forced to use Amazon. It was, to my memory, it's like 80%, but it's down to 50% now and falling. And eBay was one of the alternatives that they listed that was benefiting. So it might be a good strategy. They certainly, GameStop has $12 billion because of their loyal retail. I won't, because Steve might be listening, his children, but their loyal retail sheep continuing to get sucked in every time. He's going to build a hell of a business, maybe. All right, let me go to the rest of this. Kind of lost. I'm lost in my selection, so I'll just do these. Yeah, I probably did all those. I probably showed you that one. Yeah, I showed you that one. I show you that one. I showed you that one. I showed you that one. Yes, I showed you that one. I showed you that one. Yes, I showed you that one. I showed you that one. Yeah, Martin Woodward, he might be related to Paul. All right, so did I show you this one? Okay, introduction. I did show you that. Monday, March 29th, 2021. I did show you that one. And then I showed you this one. This is the first time their name showed up with a couple of other fellas. And here's the prospectus that it created the new issue. See that here? New issue of Railtown AI, September 30, 2021. Railtown AI Technologies, minimum offering 5 million shares. Now, I want to point something out. Of course, this is Canadian, but let's just ignore that for now. Or we don't have to. I just don't know the Canadian price off the top of my head. But basically, you're buying shares of Railtown, maybe at 42 cents Canadian right now, in 2026. The original offering was in 21 at 40 cents a share. This is 5 years ago. So you're paying what people paid 5 years ago, and you don't have to wait 5 years. I don't think. I don't think you're going to wait, 5 weeks, five months. But we'll find out. And then this is the breakdown. They have an agent's fee, getting stock, agent's warrants, corporate finance. Are you being paid any compensation from the company to talk about this? Well, this is how Wall Street runs. They're paid. But no, I'm not. I'm not getting paid anything. And it's Roth Canada. And that's a good warning for everybody. That guy that said it's entertainment purposes only, I don't think he's right about that. But on the other hand, we do have to caution that, I mean, it's not intentional, But everything I tell you is based on past information, and it doesn't have to be right in the future. It doesn't have to be correct now. That's what those warnings basically tell you. All right, so now we go here. This is a summary of the prospectus, July 13th, 2011. It was formed under the name, it doesn't say it. Oh, incorporated in the act under the name 0910254 British Columbia Limited on July 13th, 2011. So maybe that's a different company that was formed. Maybe they formed that company as a private company. And then the name, no, sorry. This is where my memory failed me yesterday. I remember that number and seeing it, and it changed. I just never heard the Railtown Capital name before. But anyway, so they started a company, and then they went public as Railtown Capital. And then it changed its name to Railtown AI Technologies. And it says here, they did that on August 15th, 2019. So if we assume that they spent 6 months drawing a white paper prior to that, or after that, but I would imagine it was prior, we can pretty much calculate that it's been 6 to 7 years that they've been working, which I take as a positive. That one gentleman seemed to think it was a negative. What have they been doing so long? I think they've been building the company early while everybody else is a Johnny come lately trying to catch up. So the company is in the business of developing a software as a service artificial intelligence solution that helps software development teams detect, analyze, and fix errors quickly in their development projects. The Railtown AI platform allows for real-time exception monitoring and alerting, which permits developers, team managers, and executives to quickly locate, understand, and correct errors in their software development projects and their root causes, thereby preventing the system and application from having downtimes. The Railtown AI platform tracks efficiency gains across entire development teams, as well as the status and health of applications. It can also track team efficiency and performance over time and visualize areas of application, team and process improvement. And then there's the listing on the CSE, and it's at 40 cents. Again, at 40 cents. It's got a green shoe. It looks for 15%, but I didn't read it closely. Pan of distribution, directors and executive officers. This is the first time, 2019, you see them here. And it's Corey. Paul Woodward. I think Paul Woodward might be similar to the receiver in GTII. He did the workout and comes on board. On the other hand, he might be a long-term friend of these guys. And you see the directors, Anna Maria and Robert, coming on as well. And the use of proceeds, expenses, software development. So they started working on their software, like I say, 2019. That seems like 6 years ago. Maybe that's 7 years. They have the management fees for the deal. Are you telling me that somebody's getting paid to pitch this stock. Anyway, housing costs, etc. I'm not going to go through every one. It's all ancient history. All right, so the Railtown AI platform is an AI-driven platform built specifically to discover, track, monitor, and notify software developers about critical bugs and errors in their software development projects. The Railtown AI platform applies both AI, which refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions. And see, this is before everyone was aware. This is the genius. And secondly, NLP, which is a branch of artificial intelligence that helps computers understand, interpret, and manipulate human language at every stage of software development process, aggregating different data sources, logs, tickets, build, and deployment information, and transforms that data into simple and clear pictures with actionable insights, raising confidence in the application and the application's delivery to production through the continuous integration and continuous delivery and continuous deployment, the CI/CD pipeline. This they started 6-7 years ago. It's not like some of these names that just started 2 years ago or a year ago, or in the case, respectfully, of LangChain, it's like 2 or 3 years ago, although I could be wrong on that. More recently than these guys. The Railtown AI platform allows users to quickly integrate different data sources, including ticket information from various applications such as GitHub, Azure DevApps, or Altizen dev tools, a set of practices that combine software development and IT operations, such as Jenkins and Terraform, and application log data directly from applications or logging platforms such as Splunk or SolarWinds Loggly, and build information into a single dashboard that provides various alerts in order to optimize results. The Railtown AI platform is currently functional. This is 6 or 7 years ago, an operation in a beta version, which means no revenues, but it means starting to beta test. It means battle hardened, and it also means self-learning, ever learning itself. There are currently 2 versions of the Railtown AI platform, the Teams edition and the Developer edition, which is for students and teachers. A third version, the Enterprise edition, is expected to be developed in the future based on customer demand and requests for customization. So you have the Developer Edition for students, teachers, and developers, single project, single developer support, advanced error tracing, bucketing, beta. Team Edition, advanced dashboards, analytics, in and out, current support for teams, for software teams. And it's got bigger, like you see on every one of these, it's got more functionality. And then you have the Enterprise Edition, which is future, and it's multi and it's bigger and it does more things for large organizations. Once the Railtown AI platform has started to receive the various data inputs, such as logs and tickets, the machine learning pipeline generates automated insights which are displayed to the user on the customized dashboards, as well as through various alerting systems such as Slack, as an example. These insights allow teams to optimize their development and deployment processes and improve efficiency throughout the entire organization, from individual software developers to executives. The automated insights are delivered through a number deployed cloud-based technology modules outlined below. Maybe a number of, maybe I missed the of. And they've application log analysis and exceptions. When an error occurs, a custom machine learning based pipeline has been developed that takes inputs such as log outputs and ticket information and locates and highlights the likely code change which caused the application error. The AI module analyzes both the temporal information of when the errors were created as well as the text information within the log entries themselves. The machine learning model leverages recent advances in NLP with network architects such as pre-trained transforms with attention, which is currently producing state-of-the-art NLP results. Custom curated data sets are used to tune the algorithm and benchmark performance. With sufficient data logs, the models may be able to accurately predict future failure scenarios before failure. By simulating the performance of the system outside of currently run data operating parameter regimes or user load scenarios. I think this means they run it on AI in a separate, sort of a digital twin. Anyway, team level insights. The Railtown AI platform also incorporates insights into team efficiencies and weaknesses within groups. The level of insight can provide valuable information to team leaders and company management about the efficiency of their software teams in nearly real time, and also provide how efficiencies or lack thereof are changing with time. The Railtown AI platform also incorporates and seamlessly fuses information about individual performance, such as the number of hours an individual has worked at a company, their work experience, the time of day at which a code was written, and the speed at which the code was written, to determine the likelihood that the code is well written and will not disrupt any software functionality when committed. Employee level insights can also assist managers with understanding the impact of constructive feedback and training initiatives. The machine learning real time. The machine learning insights are built into an end-to-end data pipeline which ingests the different data input streams and returns the predicted insight metrics. The pipeline has been set up to be highly scalable. See this? Highly scalable and easily deployable on different cloud architectures. Neutral. The current algorithm and data pipeline has been created such that it can be automatically tuned and become more accurate as that additional data is ingested into the machine learning system. As with the majority of machine learn-based system, the application accuracy is highly related to the amount and diversity of training data available. Being able to quickly update the deployed model to leverage new data and train the machine learning from this knowledge is critical to provide optimal performance. So, a background, a proxy for increasing digitalization or digitization of the economy is the cloud computing market. As seen in the chart below, over the last decade, the growth of cloud-based software applications has increased significantly. These guys saw around the corner. This is their genius. This growth, and they acted. This growth has been accompanied by a corresponding increase in the importance and complexity of the software powering and inhabiting the cloud. The number of software developers has similarly grown in numbers. They quote a study estimated the world developer population is expected to grow to 29 million by 2 years ago. And here's the growth. The cloud computing market. Since virtually every industry today relies heavily on software applications, it is crucial for companies to ensure that their software is manageable, user-friendly, and efficient. Tracking and correcting software development errors is complicated and time-consuming, and locating and fixing errors is frustrating, inefficient, and expensive. A 2018 study by Stripe found that the movie Stripes is boring now. Found that the average developer spent 40% of their time dealing with bad code, errors, debugging, refactoring, or modifying. Numerous tools and integrations are often required to analyze logs, tickets, code changes, builds, thereby increasing the complexity of dealing with the errors. The process involves submitting queries, analyzing symptoms, identifying a root cause, deploying a fix, and monitoring the results to ensure there are no follow-up issues. Railtown's goal is to continuously improve every stage of software development. The Railtown AI platform is expected to enhance quality for organizations by reducing the risk of software development errors and bugs being included in the version of software which is ultimately released by the organizations. Additionally, the Railtown AI platform is expected to increase the efficiency and productivity of software developers by reducing the time required to track and connect software development errors. And bugs being included in the version ultimately released. Additionally, the Railtown AI platform is expected to increase the efficiency and productivity of software developers by reducing the time required to track and correct software development errors, which is anticipated will have direct impact on reducing costs for organizations as a result of increased efficiency and productivity. By combining lean manufacturing principles and machine learning, the company's platform is expected to fuel an AI-driven improvement cycle. Do you see that? They saw this 7 years ago. That will both enhance quality and reduce costs for organizations. And this prospectus is almost 7 years old. People were paying Canadian 40 cents a share. I guess it's 5.5, 6 years old. You're paying that now. Until the 1990s, mid-1990s, the dominant software development methodology was a sequential life cycle approach comprised of detailed and complete requirements, documentation of design and architecture, coding, and testing of the completed project. This methodology was termed waterfall. Waterfall developed projects were typically late, over budget, over engineered, resulting in a poor reception from users. The primary reason for this was that the project was completely designed based upon initial customer needs and was not able to easily change course when new or more refined requirements arose. I might have skipped a whole row, but I don't know. I don't think so. Once ingested into the Railtown AI platform, data is stored and analyzed. Wow, Trump tells Congress the rain battle is terminated. Bravo for Trump. Get in, get out. Get in, get it done, get out. Once ingested into that means the markets are going to roar next week. Once ingested in the Railtown AI platform, data is stored and analyzed with a machine learning engine. The first stage of AI analysis is security parsing, where Railtown AI platform parses any application output data, such as log files, to ensure that personal information has not been leaked. This information can include passwords, email addresses, name, credit cards, infrastructure, secrets and keys, and bad words by William. The second stage of AI analysis is the monitoring module, which continuously monitors the development process for any issues, including linked libraries, which could break the application, and potential application errors introduced by new or refactored code. At this stage, the specific developer ticket is also linked to the identified error, which allows for the issue to be pinpointed directly before any faulty code is pushed to the customer-facing live environments. The monitoring module also performs live alerting for the early detection of issues. When software and executive teams are alerted during application staging, live deployment of code can be stopped, potentially preventing any negative consequences that could result from an application crashing or the unauthorized distribution of sensitive personal information. I think a lot of this is machine learned now and AI done, but that's the power. And they started 6 years ago, 7 years ago. The final component of AI analysis is the visualization element, which includes numerous dashboards to track the various stages of the development process and analyze both individual developer efficiency and team performance. And Figure 1 illustrates workflow improvements that show demonstrable gains in speed and efficiency achieved by teams using the Railtown AI platform. We won't get lost in this, but you have the GitHub, Jira, and Azure DevOps from 6 years ago. Tickets, engineers, code. They build the server, environments, builds, deployments, live application logs. It all goes into the Railtown engine. It's all integrated in the Railtown AI engine. I definitely got ahead of myself here. So let's go back and see what it says. It's all right. We'll catch up. let's just repeat their goal 6-7 years ago. The Railtown AI platform is seeking to improve agile software development by applying AI to the generated application logs and development tickets data to improve production and identify issues and errors in the software development process as early as possible. I think I just skipped over to. So this is a workflow, and this is the demonstrable gains in speed and efficiency. So you have the current situation. Teams use many tools and processes to detect, fix, and optimize. They start with analyze. The team has to go through the logs, tickets, and the bills. Then they have to understand the issue. They have to run queries, analyze the issue, have a few meetings, circle back, and determine their user, process, and application impact. Then they have to determine the priority, run queries, determine impact versus other issues. Then they have to fix the issue, figure out root cause, and deploy fix. Then they have to monitor the fix. They have to monitor the logs, monitor the tickets, monitor the builds, monitor the team, monitor the members, monitor the process. And then the results come. They have to run queries to see if the issue is in fact corrected, and then they have to repeat the whole process. With Railtown, you get automated alerts and comprehensive insights continuously for continuous optimization. You connect the logs, the tickets, and the builds, and then you're alerted on your dashboard to new errors, critical errors, sensitive data leaks. You understand the root cause, and it helps fix the issue. You understand the areas to optimize, the process, software, and the team. And then the results. Errors are detected and corrected quickly. Sensitive data is protected. Teams, process, and software coordinate continuously, and it's optimized. And then, so you have the developer tools up here on the left, ticket data, GitHub. I don't recognize the others, but Jenkins, I can't read the others. And you bring in DevOps data, application log data, and it all comes into the ingestion. And then it goes to AI stage 1, security parsing, AI stage 2, deep AI learning. And I'm not going to read everything. And then the alert. And it's all stored first in the Railtown, and then it's built in the Railtown using AI machine learning models with reinforced. It's visualized over here on the platforms, and then it can be notified via these other applications like Slack and Zapier, whatever the hell that is. And it's all because this is down here is the Railtown engine. Let's not get buried in it because, of course, everything has changed. The company began development on the Railtown AI platform in January of 2020. So that's 6 years. Can we agree that's 6 years ago? Or 5 years ago anyway? 5.5? Seems like 6 years ago. The company began development on the Railtown AI platform. A lot of these other companies are raising money and just starting recently. All development of the Railtown AI platform, including coding and program, will be completed by the company in-house. However, the company does outsource certain non-proprietary aspects of development, such as front-end design, dashboards, and website design. Now, I want you to go through this. I think it's coming soon. The alpha version of Railtown's AI platform with integrations for Jira and Microsoft Azure, DevOps, and a gated user base was launched September of 2020. The beta of the Railtown platform was launched in July of 2021 and is currently being tested by 5 developers and 5 external users. That means no revenue, but it has customers. The company commenced the general release to the industry, of the beta version of the Railtown AI platform in September 2021. So third-party integrations. The Railtown AI platform can integrate with various leading software development tools, including the following: Atlassian, Jira products. Millions of developers around the globe and their software teams rely on Atlassian products to improve software development, project management, collaboration, and code quality. Railtown's technology provides an add-on or dashboard for all Jira users to deliver insights and optimizations and integrate them directly onto tickets for a more comprehensive view. Microsoft GitHub. GitHub is a website and cloud-based service that helps developers store and manage their code, as well as track and control changes to their code. In 2018, GitHub was acquired by Microsoft, and it continues to be used by developers and software companies to build, deliver, and collaborate on software solutions. As above, Railtown's technology provides an add-on or dashboard for GitHub users to deliver insights and optimizations and integrate them directly onto tickets for more comprehensive views. They've been in bed with Microsoft for 5-6 years. In addition, the Railtown AI platform with customization can be operated on a standalone basis by companies using platforms or tools other than Atlassian or GitHub for these entities. The technology provides a dashboard for all users to deliver insights and optimizations. Neutral data sources. The Railtown AI platform ingests a variety of data sources through third-party integrations. From GitHub and Jira integrations, the platform obtains information about ticket information, software developers, and code changes. Build server details provide information about software application environments. Build and deploy details. Live application information is transmitted to the Railtown AI platform via logs, Google Analytics, and performance data. These integrations allow the Railtown AI platform to gather as much data as possible and at every stage of the development process. And then I already showed you a chart that was in there, but we'll skip it. Railtown platform constantly monitors, detects, and provides alerts, on critical issues such as personally identifiable data, infrastructure secrets, and new errors and repeat errors. Since a single application error can manifest itself in many ways through different entry points to a section of code, it is possible for the same error to result in multiple log errors. This complicates the process of attempting to diagnose a problem by analyzing data to find the ticket that causes an issue, since multiple error scenarios may be caused by the same bug. This illustration shows how Railtown's AI platform can analyze multiple error scenarios and track back to the specific ticket, as well as build the version in which the issue first appeared. So you got 1, 2, and 3. They used AI to map it into a bucket. And then they used an AI engine to find which ticket, which build. And they used different paths, same error, use their AI engine. They identify the issue. And then they go through all this. Once the machine has identified the issue, it can be displayed through the developer dashboard to show development teams in real time areas of code which may be causing the problems. The user experience is simple and incorporates red lights highlighting which areas require attention. Team tracking permits higher level functionality to monitor team or company-wide performance over time. And here's the illustration, and I'm sure you read it. This is an example. So you have your errors per day, and I can't read it all, but the analytics splits the total errors by category, type, and error count. Anyway, this is a dashboard. I'm sure it's changed by now. I'm not going to say it, Steve. All right, I already showed you that. That's just a dashboard. Error bucket, this goes again. You can't read it, but it's showing the matching of the tickets, all errors, and it's showing the process. I'm sure it's all been streamlined. And here's more. A developer could understand what that is, but they were working on this 6 years ago, give or take. Railtown platform includes a number of simply designed dashboards which provide critical insights to individual developers, technical team management, and company executives. These user dashboards include application overview dashboard, which displays the overall status and health of an application for the last 7 days and the error issue trends for the application. This dashboard also allows teams to triage and decide which errors to fix or focus on, and decide if they should continue or revert deployment. It also includes a bucket error dashboard that displays the detail of the errors and which areas user flows of the application these errors may be affecting. This dashboard allows teams to dig deep into the specific errors and highlight the ticket or code change that caused the error. And here's the examples of the dashboards. Get it? Got it? Good. Okay. The AI platform, Railtowns, is currently running and hosted on the Microsoft Azure cloud and is fully scalable. Azure is a public cloud computing service with solutions including infrastructure as a software solution, platform as a service, and software as a service that can be licensed, I guess, or used building, testing, deploying, and managing applications and services through Microsoft managed data centers. The use of Microsoft Azure will provide the company with the ability to deploy the Railtown AI platform to large numbers of users, as well as unlimited ability to increase capacity in users. Now, I suggest to you this growth all got halted during the quiet period from February 11th onward. And further, you can call it delayed, but I think they just grabbed the exciting opportunity in front of them to be on top, not of one elephant, but a herd of elephants who are going to bring so many users. But the thing you understand here, this allows the platform to be deployed to a large number of users with the ability to increase capacity, and it's fully scalable and increase users. The target market. The Railtown AI platform is effective across organizations of different sizes, from startups to large entities, because the application is architected in such a way that utilizes the underlying Azure scaling technology to provision capacity on demand. Capacity can be called up on demand. The company anticipates primarily targeting the following entities in a phased go-to-market approach. And that's what they were doing until they met AIP quiet period. And then they met TELUS, and they don't have to do a phase necessarily. They're doing it all in one fell swoop. According to Slashdata, Microsoft's .NET framework is the 5th most popular programming language used by professional software developers. Based on the extensive knowledge and experience in Microsoft ecosystem of the company's development team, CPound, I guess it's called, was selected as the first programming language to be supported on the Railtown AI platform. Based on the extensive knowledge and experience in the Microsoft ecosystem by Railtown's development team, CPound, Microsoft.NET framework, was selected as the first programming language to be supported on the Railtown AI platform. The total number of CPound software developers in the world is 6.5 million in 2021. Currently, the company's development team, Railtown, is going through the process of becoming a Microsoft Silver partner, estimated to be completed in January of 22, which will give the company access to Microsoft partners and startups in the Microsoft ecosystem that uses CPound. Railtown is currently engaged in various promotional activities and startups, a number of value-added resellers, and so on. The company will target in phase 1 small but growing teams with fewer than 50 software developers in use who use the Kanban system and other agile methodologies. The company's initial sales effort will be toward those who use Azure Cloud. The company has also developed capabilities to support individual developers. Phase 2, the list of supported integrations among ticket tracking, CI/CD pipeline, and error logging systems will be expanded. In this phase, JavaScript and various variations will be supported. They will focus on companies who have completed a capital raise and are embarking on rapid scale up with a necessary increase in the size of their development teams and the importance of code quality. Because of this, Railtown has been building out capabilities that could be used to significantly reduce the onboarding costs per new hire on a development team. During this phase 2, all the minimal required capabilities to target enterprise development teams will be built. Phase 3, Java and other major programming languages will be added to the Railtown AI platform, other majors, to increase the size of the total addressable market to include most of the world's software developers. The list of supported integrations will be further extended. Railtown's management team anticipates that in this phase 3, large enterprises will be the primary target for the sales team. COVID hasn't really had any impact. The revenue model. The revenue model is proposed to be similar to most other software as a solution cloud-based applications and is expected to be focused on generating recurring revenue from annual or monthly subscription packages. It says it here. It's going to be a subscription model. The fee structure is still to be determined, but the company expects to base its pricing on any or all of the number of software engineers using the Railtown AI platform at a given organization, the number of data sources being integrated in the platform, and/or usage. In addition, Railtown may charge a setup fee for each client, which will cover the initial integrations and provisioning data model setup. Sounds like kind of a licensing model, but I'm no brainiac. Since October of 2018, Railtown has generally concentrated, so that's 2018, its efforts on capital raising and the development of the AI platform. So that gets us well to 7 years. February of 2019, they issued shares at 5 cents. August of 2019, they changed the name from Railtown Capital to Railtown AI Technologies, completed a consolidation, and they did an offering. September of 2019, they priced it at 2 cents. This, I think, is the cleanup, like the receivers doing to GTII. And when they did this, they issued shares to Paul Woodward, which makes me think Paul was involved in the original company and cleaning it up. So Paul got 4 million shares almost, but I don't know. And then they hired, so they were cleaning up the cap table. In November of 2019, the company entered into a technology transfer agreement where the sellers, which are our principals, the company acquired 100% of the right, title, and interest of the sellers. That was our heroes in and to the software technology in exchange for 50 million shares to the vendors at $1 million. Two of our heroes, Corey and Marwan, were appointed as directors, replacing Martin Woodward and William Benjamin Catalano. It was a related transaction. In January 2020, the company began developing the Railtown AI platform. So that's, we can say, 6 years, using the software technology acquired pursuant to the TTA. So they were developing it before, but the company started developing it and owning it 6 years ago. So it's 6 to 7 years. Kevin O'Neill was the director, and then he resigned. He was probably part of the old crew and took his cleanup, and job well done. February 11th, 2020, our heroes were appointed. April of 2020, the company, now I want you to watch this. April 2020, the company launched the alpha version 0.1 of the Railtown AI platform for internal use. Okay, watch that. You keep watching. You just keep your eye right there on the page. You keep watching. You just keep watching. You keep watching. You keep watching, watching. All right, so now we go to this. On February, they appointed Goring. On March of 21, they put some options out. March 21, they launched, look at this, the alpha version 0.6 of the Railtown AI platform, which included expanded functionality with Microsoft Teams and tools for developers and their development teams. During the 3-month period, they did a private placement, 25 cents a share. Again, you're getting in at 42 cents. They appointed Anna Maria in May. They put some options out in May. In May, they launched alpha version 0.7 of the Railtown AI platform, which included the additional dashboard integration. In July of 21, the company launched the first beta version of the Railtown AI platform to a limited group of users, which included 5 in-house developers and 5 external developers. This thing has been battle tested. The company owns 100% of the right title and interest to the software technology it acquired pursuant to the TTA. In addition, the company claims common law trademark rights in its corporate name and website. Other than described above, the company does not hold any registered copyright. 7 employees. All right, what was this? Oh, I skipped all over that. So in 2020, they launched the alpha version 0.2. Then September, alpha version 0.3. Then November 2020, version 0.4. And then January version 0.5. We don't have to read the details. Point is, they've done a lot of work before you've seen this. All right, the company's use of proceeds, we don't have to go through that. It's boring. It's so long ago, it doesn't matter. Expenses, doesn't matter. The company's operating this is Tony's risk factors, but the business objectives and milestones: complete the development and commercialization of the Railtown AI platform, initiate sales and marketing efforts with respect to the Railtown AI platform. I don't think you guys realize they hit not only a home run, they hit a grand slam. They won the World Series as they went out marketing. That's what we're waiting to see. But they just stepped into the soup and they deserved it. All right, so they launched edition 2.0, and here's all the things it does. I don't want to read it to you. Then they did 3.0. There's all the other things it does. And then they launched 4.0. There's the things it does in April of 22. July of 22, they did the Teams version 5.0. There's all the things it added. And then in January 22, they got the silver partnership. In July 22, they got the gold partnership at Microsoft. And here's the use of proceeds. Again, it's really not all that useful. Okay, so now I had well, oh, I guess I just did that. And then I just did that. Okay. So now I'm here. These are the, I think this is the next slide. I think so. Anyway, these are the allocations of shares. I don't know how they determined it, but Corey got 16,700,000. Paul got, and I'm sure that's the consolidation of that other company because he had so many more, but I think it translated into this. So it's going to be 1.1 million shares of this company. And this describes over here what Paul did. He was CFO. This might be the, if we wanted to study it, the breakdown of how everything transferred. But anyway, Marwan got 20 million shares, Robert Goring got 500,000, and Anna Maria got 100,000. And I don't think they've gotten much more since, which means they're aligned with you. They're not enriching themselves. So Corey Brandolini at the time was 61. He has over 3 decades of experience in the capital markets and as an advisor to software companies across many verticals in the technology sector. Over the course of his career, he has helped raise a lot of money and specifically targeting technology. He's the founder of Resource, real estate, excellent company, biggest brands in the world. Mr. Woodward, 30 years of experience in capital markets and corporate finance, and he's an investor in early stage technology companies. And I didn't see his age, but whatever. Marwan Haddad at the time was 47, and he spent 8 years. He has over 20 years in the software development experience space, 10 years leading and building engineering and productive teams. He also worked there at Recess. He's an electrical engineer. Mr. Goring is an entrepreneur, a lot of experience, a lot of companies in and out. Anyway, there you go. The salary I wanted to point out to you, Corey started out earning 40 grand and Paul 40 grand. This is a company that's running in your interest. Now, Marwan got a higher salary, and I'm sure it's because his talents, he could go somewhere else, and he also has to run the engineers. So he started out earning 121,000. But look at these guys. They're not soaking shareholders. Their interests are completely aligned with you. And then their legal firm, Bennett Jones. Here's the concerns that Tony wants to point out to you: liquidity concerns and going concern. So every time he points it out to you, as if he's found, the secret thing that's been hidden. Every single company in this stage in their development has that. Okay, so here's the dates. The technology transferred in November 1, 2019. I assume that technology was worked on by Corey and Marwan prior to that. But that's also how they got their entree into the shares. And then there's an agent. I couldn't find the agency agreement. In fact, I couldn't find the technology agreement. Here's their experts, Bennett Jones. They have an auditor, and Dumoulin Black. I got to get away. Okay. Consists of the technology is AI as a service, anyway, we've been through all this. The company paid the vendors $1 million in the form of 50 million shares at 2 cents. So that was their founder's stock. And bravo. Bravo. Mr. Haddad, I saw here that he spent time in Amman, Jordan. So I'm going to try to introduce him to my friend. But anyway, here's some more about Resus. All right, so this was the news story. Railtown acquires technology and announces changes to the board. They announced that they'd entered in on November 1, 2019. I would say that's a good starting point for the company. So when you ask the question, what did they do from 2011? I don't think it's the right question. They announced that the company has entered into a technology transfer agreement. And this is the entree of these guys. They changed the board. Software that uses proprietary state-of-the-art artificial intelligence, data science, AI as a service, cloud-based platform to support efficient software development at scale by deriving operational insights and optimization in the development process. Here's Corey. And we've gone through his background. Railtown was accepted into the Microsoft Network and Partnership for Startups December of 21. I showed you this. I'm not making up that they're embedded. Railtown announces closing in November of 21 at 40 cents a share. You're paying 42 cents now. 5.5 years later, it's a better company, and it's a better AI backdrop than then. Railtown broadens offering with root cause for JavaScript, April of 22. Railtown launches root cause discovery node, July of 22. Railtown announces closing of a convertible debenture financing, November of 22. I wanted to show you this, why it's not toxic. I read this before. Here's the gross proceeds, 600,000, and I got nervous when I saw that title. But here's the thing: each unit is $1,000, at 10%, and then the warrants are defined at 15 cents, and the number of shares are already defined. So it's not toxic, although there is this one word subject to some sort of standard adjustment. But anyway, it's all defined. That's not a toxic convertible. All right, I'm going to finish on these. I had something more to read to you, but I'm just going to finish on these and then go to your comments. I'm going to show you something somebody sent me, and then we can get a follow-up on GameStop maybe, and we'll go from there. All right. So I asked a question about these three companies that I learned of on a YouTube, and I connected it, with NVIDIA, GPU, and QPU, and how does Railtown fit in? So yes, if NVIDIA's GPU, QPU tooling becomes a must-have for hybrid quantum AI workloads, Railtown can plausibly have a real role. And it could be meaningful relative to Railtown's current size, but it will be indirect and execution dependent, not automatic. Now, here I just got to interject. That may turn out to be true. This sort of cautious view may turn out to be true, but I don't think the information is out in the data banks. And that really is our arbitrage. That really is our opportunity, because when these computers can figure out how big it is, Railtown's going to be in a whole new solar system. What NVIDIA is actually doing with GPU and QPU, NVIDIA is rolling out NVQ Link and related platforms, CUDA-Q and DGX Quantum, that explicitly target low latency, high speed coupling of QPUs with GPU accelerated systems, enabling hybrid quantum classical workflows and quantum error correction at scale. That's so pounceable. Quantum partners like Quantinuum and Pascal are already integrating QPUs with NVIDIA stack with workflows where classical GPU code, quantum kernels, and orchestration live in one tool chain. Now, they don't mention Railtown, and maybe Railtown is never going to be here. But just because they don't mention it, they don't know it, and it doesn't mean it's not possible. And I don't think I'm grasping at straws either. In that world, what becomes must-haves is not just QPU, but the orchestration layer that knows when and how to offload pieces of the workload between CPU, GPU, and QPU, and then measure, debug, and optimize it. This is exactly the architectural layer Railtown is targeting with Conductor and its agentic framework. In that world, what becomes must-have is not just QPU, but the orchestration layer that knows when and how to offload pieces of the workload between CPU, GPU, QPU, and then measure, debug, and optimize it. This is exactly the architectural layer Railtown is targeting with Conductor and its agentic framework. Railtown's positioning, agentic Conductor plus quantum. Railtown's core product is an AI-driven Conductor, application general intelligence platform that orchestrates agents, code analysis, and observability across software systems. The Quantum IQ partnership is specifically to license and extend the Railtown Conductor platform to enable intelligent orchestration between classical quantum computation resources for a first of its kind hybrid quantum cloud platform. First of its kind. The platform is supposed to identify segments of workloads, which ones should go into QPU versus remain classical, handle workload decomposition, runtime, observability, and optimization across both layers, integrate with multiple quantum clouds, IBM D-Wave, hyperscalers. So architecturally, Railtown is trying to sit right where NVIDIA's GPU, QPU hybrids need orchestration, above the hardware/accelerated stack, abstracting it for developers. TELUS is building Canada's first sovereign AI factory with NVIDIA and HPE, sovereign AI cloud with NVIDIA's full validated AI stack, data residency in Canada, aimed at model training, fine-tuning, and inference. Railtown is named partner. Now, the gentleman asked, how's the split? Well, in the good old USA, when you hear partner, it's split fairly. But I've experienced overseas when they say partner, well, we'll throw you a bone, so we got to find it out. Railtown is a named partner. TELUS's announcement says Railtown will deploy advanced agentic software development solutions on the sovereign AI factory, so Canadian software teams can build AI agents while keeping code, data, IP Canadian. If TELUS later adds NVIDIA's quantum adjacent stack, NVIDIA Q, Link, DGX, Quantum, CUDA, etc., into that factory, Railtown is already the agentic tooling on top of TELUS's sovereign platform, which is in turn on top of NVIDIA HPE infrastructure. That gives Railtown a path to become the default orchestration observability layer for Canadian enterprises building hybrid GPU, QPU apps in a sovereign environment, exactly where must-have quantum plus AI stacks would live. Does this become meaningful for Railtown? For capital structure perspective, it does not take huge absolute dollars to be meaningful to Railtown. And it goes through how small Railtown is right now. But if Railtown's conductor plus the agentic framework becomes the de facto dev toolchain and runtime observability layer, which I think it is, this is our thesis, on the TELUS Sovereign AI Factory. And that factory, this is our further thesis, and that factory becomes the go-to stack for Canadian public sector financials and large enterprise AI. The attach opportunity is material, even at a modest per seat or per workload pricing. Add the Quantum.IQ deal. Railtown isn't merely a tools vendor. It is the licensed orchestration substrate for a hybrid quantum cloud platform aiming to support sectors like finance, logistics, climate modeling. The way this could become big, Railtown's conductor evolves to natively speak NVIDIA's quantum stack, making it an abstraction layer over heterogeneous accelerators, other data centers and clouds. TELUS, it also could be that TELUS pushes its sovereign AI factory as the default Canada first AI and eventual quantum AI hub And Railtown packages opinionated workflows, agentic dev, code, copilots, observability, tuned for these sectors. The Quantum IQ platform actually gets adoption among early quantum curious enterprises using Railtown stack for workload decomposition and monitoring as NVIDIA and quantum partners continue to improve hybrid performance. Here's some caveats. It might not get standardized. NVIDIA could build it themselves. Distribution. Railtown gives it a strong Canadian channel, but it depends on TELUS winning market share. Quantum adoption curve. They're still early on quantum. Commercial terms. You got to work out the commercial terms. So in my question, yes, Railtown plausibly has a role relative to Railtown's current base. It could be quite meaningful, but it's levered, execution heavy bet on TELUS sovereign stack adoption and early hybrid quantum AI demand forming around NVIDIA's toolchain, where Railtown is allowed to sit as the conductor. Well, there's nothing like being there. So Railtown Quantum IQ could build a developer-facing assistant. This is from my report. I think I'll save this for tomorrow because I think you've got to be burned out by now. You've got to be burned out. Yeah, I'll save this. That's from the report. It's 10 pages. I don't want to go through it all. All right. Let me look and see if there's any update on the GME news. Wall Street cheers Apple results, but two risks loom. S&P, NASDAQ jumped to fresh records amid AI optimism. Who's been telling you the markets are going to go up, up, up? Trump ruse state of Iran talks, says he prefers not to strike. Job numbers plunge. The gold rush is back. GDX is up. Eric Trump's crypto company is falling into total disaster. I think he needs to get into Railtown AI. Okay, so GameStop is preparing offer for eBay, Wall Street Journal reports. CEO Ryan Cohen pursues plans to boost the struggling video game retailers' market value more than tenfold. Shares of eBay, which have a market of $46 billion, soared 14%. GameStop was up 4%. GameStop has quietly been building a stake in eBay shares ahead of the potential offer, the report said. So if eBay is not receptive, Cohen could decide to take the offer directly to the e-commerce company shareholders. Details of the potential offer, which could be submitted later this month, are not known. Cohen, the largest investor in GameStop, did not respond. A potential deal would upend the usual M&A playbook. It's rare for a public company to target a public company 4 times its size. Such deals typically rely heavily on debt, stock issuance, or both, banking on future earnings of the combined company to justify the cost. The billionaire investor has steered the company through a period that saw its return to profitability through aggressive cost cutting. For years, GameStop has grappled with disruptions from a pivot to online shopping and digital purchases, forcing it to shutter many brick and mortar stores and focus on web-based reinvention. Cohen's going to earn $35 billion. Look at what Marwan earned, $43,000. The shares slumped from the all-time highs. Juby Babu in Mexico wrote that report. All right, so there's not many comments, which is, I guess, good so that I don't hold you here. On Steve, kids were like, what did he say? Kids are 7, 5, and 4. Sorry about that, Steve, if you're still listening. I'll send them each a, I don't know, some sort of celebratory trip to the ice cream store or something. I'm really sorry. I mean it. I didn't know that. I would never do that in front of kids, ever. And I got to remember that. And I get upset, and sometimes it comes into my maybe a little bit of being personally upset. But I think what really annoys me is what these guys are trying to do is turn this into. I mean, look at GMC, GameStop. Everyone's like, this is going to be the greatest squeeze, the greatest squeeze, the greatest squeeze. And I remember different times saying, get out, sell calls. But no one, they said it's going to be the money. All he did was take advantage of you. You kept buying, and you were the interface between buy programs and sell programs, and then they raised a bunch of money. And now he's going on with his plans. But anyway, I always get frustrated, and I apologize, Steve. Nowhere man, only up for Eva. I agree, bro. Pat M, good info, William. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call it there because I've got to return some phone calls and try to initiate. I hope I don't get tired. I also have to eat. But I'm going to try to stay up tonight, make some calls. It's hard to do everything. But I just want to remind you, it's not hard. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I fail at it. That's all I mean. I'm not good at it. You guys, oh no, that's not the number. That's not the number. Good gosh. It's a different number. Here it is. Here it is. I mean, it's amazing what you guys have done. You guys are at 20,328,000 shares. It's unbelievable. I congratulate you. It's Friday. You got to go live your life. I may or may not come on tomorrow. I want to go over that 10-page report, and I might have other things, but I'm also going to work tonight and tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon to try to organize something very important. And so I might not come on tomorrow. So with that, I wish you all peace. Steve, I really apologize to each of your kids, 4, 5, and 6. I can't even guess their names. Probably one of them, Steve, and one of them is the brother of Steve, and one of them's the sister of Steve. Anyway, I really do apologize. I wish I could take it back. So anyway, I hope it doesn't leave any lasting scars. I remember the first time I heard my mother say something. I can picture it, but it didn't really. It wasn't the last time, and that one didn't really harm me. So anyway, all right, everybody, peace. I know many of you don't necessarily agree on different political or slants on things, but I think it was good news that Trump isn't going to strike again. I hope, and but this adventure in the Middle East has gone on long enough that people are going to starve to death this year. It has gone long enough that it's going to disrupt natural gas and oil prices. And more importantly, people who have been complacent in the investing world in particular, people who have been complacent about oil and gas and listening to the overly educated and self-important young graduates saying that we're going to stop using oil by 2035. That's all going to get erased. So the bargain basement, the cheap prices are going to start to disappear, and it's going to affect your life. It's going to affect your life. Even a recession is not going to change that. It may be, and I don't know. I'm admitting I don't know. But it may be that there's permanent damage to wells that have to be shut down. There certainly will be prolonged periods of bringing them back up and bringing them back to 100%, if that can happen. And the good news is it doesn't look like he's going to strike again, but I'm going to show my opinion. I think Benjamin Netanyahu will do it just to get he's like the little punk at a bar that starts a fight expecting the big guy behind him to stop it. It's not good. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's smarter than that. But what it means is, I think it'll have a ripple effect. It's going to mean commodities are where to be. It's also going to affect maybe the margins on growth stocks, and it might affect new AI projects. I don't know how to go through, but AI depends on energy. And remember, the Rimouski deal is water. It's not oil or natural gas, although I'm sure it has some sort of backup system that might be. But it's going to make it all that more important for these orchestration layers to manage the spend of energy and to make sure it gets productivity. So it makes it more important rather than less, because the money's being spent. As energy prices go up, our layer becomes more important. The other thing is, I think it's going to crowd out crypto. I don't know. I'm not a genius. But if there's not enough energy for airlines, automobiles, industry, crypto, and AI, my guess is the rate of return on crypto will mean that it's crowded out of energy sources. Who knows? Who knows? There's the whole theory of the halving. But that would be something I'd like. If I had time, I'd study that proposition. Um, I think it's going to translate in much higher gasoline bills. So just start thinking, if we're lucky, we're going to have time again. But just start thinking in your lives of a few things, like getting rid of stuff you don't need. I didn't use a different word, Steve. Um, and turning it to cash or shares or silver while other people aren't thinking. Um, Also, if you have decisions about your life, I would target them so you're close. You can walk places or bike there, but I'd also maybe try to be close to rail, and also be close to ports if you can. I think we might have more time than not, but who knows? Um, I'd get your leisure flying in, because I think flying's going to get expensive. But who knows? There might be a respite. Sounds like the UAE and Russia maybe are going to work with us if we can get past the neocons. But we'll see. Um, it could, if the market does have its melt up, and energy is the reason for a collapse, a slowdown worldwide, it could lead to reduce multiples. When I first got in the business, and it doesn't translate perfectly, but the PE ratios were 7 and lower. PE, price to earnings. And a lot of that was because interest rates went to 20% under Reagan. But Carter appointed Paul Volcker. So higher interest rates might come. On the other hand, with a recession or a depression, money comes out of the system. So there's going to be back and forth there. Demand goes down. Let's not think about it tonight, because it goes on too long and I'm a little tired. But what was my point on? Oh, energy prices could come down if the market collapses briefly and for a little while. But I don't think they're going to stay down. And I think we're going to start a multi-year, multi-decade trend of much higher energy prices. So I think it works in the favor of our investment, because they're not going to stop AI. It's just AI is going to crowd out. And that's going to happen in our lives for the rest of our lives. As oil, this is my opinion, as oil production peaks, and I think the plateau has ended, but the plateau may go on further. But in people's mind, this adventurism in the Middle East has brought to their attention what these things. But a lot of the people on trading desks are very young, and they were trained on this idiocy that we're going to stop using oil. It's so there. We have time. We have time probably. But as soon as if that's my opinion, we start down the platform, we don't know the slope on the other side. It may not be gradual. It may be vertical for a while, but it's going to crowd out. Uses are going to be crowded out. I suspect that airline flight for the rich will crowd out a lot of uses for energy. The military will crowd out. Air conditioning, I don't know. The rich might get it. But to go back, and then I'll finish where I started, I think AI consumes a lot of energy. And they're being clever about hydropower and geothermal and nuclear. But and there's transition time. I really think that if the market or hyperscalers have to choose between Bitcoin miners or AI, they're going to lean AI, and that might crowd that out. I don't know how to suss out all the implications, but I think it means less demand for Bitcoin. I don't know. I need to talk to a couple of my smart friends that are in that business, and I'll find that out. Unknown Steve, no worries, Uncle Bill. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate your forgiveness. Delete or block the turds. That's a good idea. I should get rid of that one guy. I just can't remember who it was, and I've lost all. I lost all this. All right, I'm going to write that down. Henry, Jack, and Vivian. Well, I was right. 2 brothers and a girl. I did get that right. Those are beautiful names. Vivian is a great name. Beautiful name for a girl, Vivian. Vivian is a great name for a girl. Trying to think of a famous Vivian. Vivian Lee. I think that's a great name, Vivian. And Jack's a great name. It's a very solid name. My godson, my nephew, is named Jack. Of course, I think it's John, but he's named Jack. And Henry is the I think it's a good name too. These are very solid names. I mean, with a last name like yours, you have a very easy to remember last name. But I think Henry's great. But remember, that's the most the infamous king of England, Henry. And he wasn't a bad king until maybe at the end, but he was strong and handsome and popular and well educated. And then he broke with the Pope. But I think Henry, those are all great names. Henry, Jack, and Vivian. So Henry must be the eldest. Jack must be the middle. And Vivian must be the baby. Hopefully, Steve, let's not get too far ahead, but hopefully they will be trust fund young adults. Wouldn't that be something? All right, I'm going to leave everybody. I'm going to wish you the best. It's 7:40. I'm going to try to eat and then get on the phone. Peace to everyone. And I do apologize to everybody, not only Steve, that I lost my decorum. All right. Ciao. Yeah, eat. I'm going to go. Ciao.